Welcome to a continuation of Shoot in Order. We are doing the Ministry of Science route, and I believe at this moment, the little shit octopus has prevented the Ministry of Science, Teko, from killing the main character Shimobi Rei by telling her to just go through the fire approach. Yeah, that seems to be correct. I quickly cut the mic, but too late. Ray doubts me. You understand?
自分が何をしたか分かっている。君は情にほだされ、国を滅亡の危機に陥れたんだぞ。
違うなり。ワッチは合理的な判断をしたまでなりよ。
合理的だって。これのどこが？
テコだって分かっているはずだよ。
Oh shit! Shift in music.
しもべレイの命を犠牲にしなくても、ワッチが地下に行けば火事はどうにかできるって。
Well, if Raleigh uses power underground, he would likely be able to deal with the fire, but
けどあられ、いけないんだよ。
no, he could go through the object storage.
エレベーターはまだ復旧していない。
ワッチは地下に行けるなり。今気づいたけど、それワッチなら乗れるんじゃないなりか。その小型エレベーター、防火ジェルの箱を詰め込むくらいのスペースがあるならワッチもきっと乗れるなり。触手を全部引っ込めれば。
I feel like he's bigger. Indeed, Raleigh might be able to go underground,
許
but
可できない。あまりにリスクが大きすぎる。動物に殺されるぞ。
大月クーはワッチの部下のロボットを助けてくれたなり。恐竜
だからどうした？
yeah,
しもべレイはワッチをチームの一員だって。そう言っ
だからどうしたと言っているんだ。
ワッチはこの戦いが
oh
始まっ
damn,
て
the
から
robot's been
ず
useless.
っと歯がゆかったなり。
Yeah, you kind of have
み
been.
んなが一生懸命戦ってるのにワッチだけは蚊帳の外。でも
Raleigh is determined, all but determined to go, but I just can't let him.
君は僕のサポートロボだぞ。僕をそばで支えるのが君の仕事だ。任務を放棄するつもりか？
I mean, if he's a support robot, you could just save and upload.
テコ、ワッチが地下に向かうのはテコを守りたいからなりよ。
I guess it's fair.
僕を
ワッチはテコに手を汚してほしくないなり。テコがもうこれ以上残酷なことをしなくても済むように。
Oh shit, he's just going.
ワッチは地下に行くなり。
待て、あられ。
Raleigh took me by surprise and jumped into the small elevator.
こら、よせあられ。
Reach out desperately, but it's too late. The elevator with Raleigh descends deep underground. The lab falls silent.
本当に行ったのか？
Raleigh went underground. I'm left alone in the lab. My closest confidant. He abandoned me?
君が殺したんだ。
I turned, thinking I heard a voice, but the founder's head remains as silent as ever.
お前が殺したんだ。この人殺し。お前のせいで命にだ。この人殺し。人殺し。
Voices echo from all around. I hear the voices clearly, but see no one when I turn.
よくもレックスの餌にしやがって。お前のせいで命にだ。投稿なんて行きたくなかった。お前が死ねばよかった。この人。お前だけは許さない。
Oh, so he's finally suffering from PTSD.
どうして私を切り捨てたの？信じてたのに。君を。あの日約束したじゃない。私に新たな世界を見せてくれるって。
That's interesting. A sharp pain runs through my head. My mind is haunted by ghosts. Those who I have discarded, whispering their grudges without end. Their voices become pain, tormenting me. Ah, the voices are especially loud today. With a rally, I wouldn't have these migraines. With a rally here, I wouldn't hear these voices. A rally would forgive me. I need to get a rally back.
俺を早く
To get a rally back,
戻さないと。あられ、頼む、戻ってきてくれ。
I screamed desperately into Mike, not caring about appearances.
これまでのことは全部謝る。
Why am I always like this? I can't protect the most important things to me. I got my priorities wrong at the most crucial of times. It's too late for regrets now, but I can't give up. Not yet. At least not on a rally.
戻ってきて。あられ。
Oh. I shudder to think what would have happened if we just ran into the Area 6. Geniuses are scary. They probably view us as pawns.
一度信用させといて、いざって時に使い潰す。それが俺の時もそうだったんだ。イオン所長は最初、仲間の救助を熱したけど、最後には
Yeah, I get betrayed by Teko Eon.
レックスの
I'm sure that's how I died, a pawn for Teko Eon. I must have been deceived. My body dismembered. What should...
レイさん、こうなってやり過ごすって。仲間の敵は撃ちて、レイさんまで死んじまったら。
Ku has a good point. If I could run away right now, I would, but... I'll tell it him.
滅べ
I think that's what Teko Eon's pawn is. Yeah, we have to proceed. The question is, how do we do it? We don't want to die in the fire. But to catch the heretics, we can't avoid the big fire in Area 6. I guess it depends on how many flammable objects there are in Area 6.
エリア6は他のエリアと違って自然だったら燃えるものは少なそうだ。ああ、明日の決戦に備えて体を休めねえと。
And Raleigh comes in now. We decide to nap for now. I rest my back against Rex's body and close my eyes. We slept right away, perhaps due to the mental and physical exhaustion. Before we knew it, it was morning. The sunrise peeps through my eyelids. I was completely tied up. Can't bind my arms and legs. I can't move.
手荒な真似してすまこれいや、レイさんはもしもエリア6の火が見たくねえんだ。恩人のレイさんがクー君、もしも異教徒がエリアその話騙さイオンテコどうせレイさんをそんな真似はさ
Okay, his distrust of Teko Eon and his desire to protect me. The two conflicting emotions led Ku to take this extreme behavior. Temporary body only lasts 2 more days. But Ku wouldn't listen to my protest. I found myself loaded onto the seat of the car he somehow had. The engines roar up, sending us back the way we came. We soon arrive in what seems to be a warehouse in Area 2. Ku forced the cloth into my mouth and put me in the back. No matter how much I writhe and struggle, I can't escape. He is the power of God tied up like this? Why not? Time is ticking, I'm panicking. The angels when I needed them most never appeared. They're so unreliable. Ku's goodwill loses me precious time. And finally, my time has come. Okay, we got the bad end. Let's go.
しもべれもしわかりますでは
騙されちゃダメもうか触手を全部
ひょっとした
テコがもう
待てこらよせ君が殺した
Yeah, suffer your PTSD attack. The only ones who could protect the rally underground are Rain Ku. I shout into my mic.
あられがそちらに到着する。頼む。あられを保護して僕の研究室に送り返してくれ。
クー君、もしも
Okay, yeah, skip this. It's the same thing we saw earlier.
はねえってことか。
And then
あられがそっち頼む。あられを保護して僕の研
I hear Teko Yon's voice through the
あられ
headset.
ちゃんがここに
Thought no one can.
あいつ小型エレベーターに
Early on, his own violation came here. That's big if true,
君たちの
but
助けになりたいって
this is a trap. Are they trying to manipulate us again? Am I going to die?
しもべれ大月くんお願いだ信用うせやがれ
I don't blame Ku. We've been fooled by him so many times.
僕は教祖の死に服
I couldn't believe my ears. That Teko Yon suddenly admitted his involvement.
教祖の死
テコさん、
報酬の先払い
Pay advance, and if you save Arali, you'll get more information
あ
too.
られを助けてくれた
How could you so easily slip the information that could doom? Arali must be
自分よりもあられちゃんの方が大切ってこと。
僕の優先順位の
what a transformation. He's always so cold and arrogant, yet is willing to give up everything for Arali. Don't trust Teko Eon, leads to a bad ending probably.
申し訳ありません。そんな。前にも言いましたけど、
Yes, I'm not motivated by money. I've learned what's most important from Ku.
あな
It's
たは信用できませんけど。
Arali was worried about me and Ku and about Ku and contacted me.
しもべれ、お前に頼みがある
And now we're a team. My teammates could be in trouble. I can't just
あら
abandon
れ
them.
ちゃんの到着場所。
おいレイさんあられは性壁に埋め込まれているエレベーターに到着する
というわけなんだけど。
Ku leaves a big sigh.
レイ
You're
さんは
very trusted. Well, that's a good thing about you.
ごめんね。苦労ばっかりかけて。
I get back on the Rex with Ku, who looks exasperated, and head off to save Arali.
テコさん、今さら。
言ったろ
いや、でも。こうい
確かにあいつはポンコツだエリア6のあいつは一応開発費用だって
Surprisingly, Arali seems to be a high-performance robot with a huge development
でも
budget.
テコさんは。
They wouldn't let be this distraught over just an expensive robot.
テコさん。
君にだって僕は君の素性を詮索
Teko Yon has a point. It's selfish to dig into someone's past while keeping all your own secrets. Well, in that case,
テコさん。
I suddenly blurted this out.
記憶が
はい。探さなきゃって。
I told him the truth, leaving out some
おかし
bits.
な話ですよね。
急に何を言い出す
ちなみについその説はあられちゃんにもご迷惑を。
あられ
You-
はい。
well,
だから私あられちゃん
なぜそれを僕に話した
フェアじゃない気がしたんです。
okay. Maybe I shouldn't have told him. I felt that I wouldn't be able to earn his trust otherwise. Then,
あられは
Teko Yon talked about how he and Arali got close. Well, he's literally his creator, isn't he? Like he made Arali. 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 A few years ago, Ryugu was in severe dysfunction. After Vice Director Izaki was arrested and sent to prison, we were severely understaffed. As a director, I was overwhelmed with recovery efforts. My life was falling apart. With almost no sleep, research made no progress despite my efforts. The void left by Dr. Izaki was enormous. My chronic migraines were worsened by my condition, deteriorating. My chronic migraines worsened. My condition deteriorated, both physically and mentally. My research and life were on the verge of collapse, and how I wish it just
江
collapsed
崎
already.
の穴を埋める研究パートナーが欲しい
But wishing was futile. A genius who could support me wouldn't be that easy to find. It would be pointless to search the world. I had to endure alone. Okay. I had to endure alone, then I had a sudden realization. I could just create one myself. If I can't find a suitable personnel, I could just make a new one. Someone who could support me both personally and professionally. A robot with the latest and greatest AI. With this new idea in mind, I began designing my support robot. If I'm gonna go to the trouble, I might as well make him the best I can. Smart, attentive, strong, and beautiful. To create such an ideal partner, I used all my research achievements and savings. What I ended up with was a complete and utter failure. I had hoped for some help in my research, but Raleigh couldn't even get simple calculations right, let alone grasp complex theories. And then, when tasked with serving, his frequent mistakes caused extensive damage to my expensive equipment. I couldn't even trust him with secretarial duties. His nervous and aggressive nature made him unsuitable for negotiations. I couldn't believe it, that I, a genius, had made such a defective robot. I grew increasingly stressed by Raleigh's incompetence. I finally decided. My policy is to discard the unnecessary, promptly, even if it's something I developed myself. With Raleigh gone, the lab regained peace. Though I went back to square one, my work went by smoothly without that idiot around. It's faster to do everything myself, so I just need to do everything. I knew as much, but then why? Why did I make that robot? To make up for the lost time caused by Raleigh, I immersed myself in work without rest, and one night, just a few days later, I went for a walk. The cool night air was refreshing. It cooled my brain, overheated from overuse. I rarely went out without bodyguards, but that night I was too tired to care. I should be fine for tonight. I walked carelessly through the night. As I wandered, Raleigh's face kept coming to mind. It was puzzling. Why was I thinking about that failure when I was in such a good mood? The more I walked, the clearer Raleigh's image became. So he likes tentacle monsters. Looking for the Raleigh I had sent away, but right then, suddenly I was grabbed from behind and pulled into an unfamiliar van. I recognized them by their words and uniforms. I see these are the comrades of those I'd ordered to die at the end of the war. These guys have been waiting for an opportunity to avenge their superior's death. For a chance when I was defenseless. But the shoot-in order forbids killing and violence. Surely even these guys wouldn't break the doctrine. They became heretics just to get revenge on me? I struggle desperately. I can't die in a place like that. I'm not afraid of death. It's natural for physical things to break eventually. But dying before achieving my goals is unacceptable. I have to complete my research before I die. I must fulfill my promise, but right then. Oh shit, Raleigh saved his ass. In the next moment, Raleigh's face appeared on the front windshield. Oh crap, we're headed straight into... Okay. Security blockade. The culprits were apprehended immediately. Really? They didn't take him hostage or anything? That's crazy. I was rescued by the officer to take it out of the car, but I was as confused as the culprits. What in the world just happened? How did Raleigh, who I sent out days ago, notice my abduction so quickly? How did he hack into a disconnected car? How did he? But as soon as I saw the culprit's car, my questions melted away. Raleigh was clinging to the side of the van. Even after getting kicked out, he was camping out near my lab. letting him notice my abduction quickly. So I jumped and clung to the culprit's car to take control. Damn, what a psychopath. He directly inserted a part of himself into the machine for control. An incredible skill. Even as the developer, I didn't foresee him mastering this technique so perfectly. What did you... Okay, yeah.
よくわかんない。
My confusion deepened further. How could a robot do something with the glow? But be so clumsy all the time. Why can't Arale use his true potential in daily life? Why are his abilities restricted? Why is he so clumsy? I kept thinking about the reasons. I tell Ray over the radio. I tell him all about Arale. All about why Arale is such a bucket of bolts.
おそらくあられは無意識のテコさんのああ僕が本当に求めていたものは
A good-natured partner who makes no
そう
schemes.
じゃなかった
An encouraging figure with a bright disposition. Someone to share raw emotions with. In other words,
友達が
back then I was completely burned out, living as a cold-hearted, hated figure in loneliness. The high-performance AI installed in Arale accurately perceived my wish. It made Arale's personality something of a friendly fool. It was all to fulfill my wish.
あられは本当は頭がいいんだだから分かってくれるんだあられは僕が怖くないのか
怖い。
みんな言ってい
誰がな。
You're the coolest hero to me, playing the villain for everyone's sake.
そんなだってこの友
Oh,
達だ
damn.
から。
I couldn't help but hug Arale tightly. As long as Arale's by my side, as long as he understands. It doesn't matter what anyone says.
平気だ
At that moment, I wasn't alone anymore. The voices of the ghosts that had been haunting my mind all along vanished. Okay, let's go to rescue.
「僕はあられに依存して弱くなってしまったんだろうな」「あられがそばを離れた途端今まで殺した奴らが僕は
That was unexpected. Even ruthless Teko Eon had such emotions.
テコさんって
僕が両親だって持ち合わせ
でもそれ逆に辛くないですか
辛いに決まっているだろう部下や戦友でも
そんなに辛くて仕方ない
僕がやらなきゃ
Teko Eon's shout pierced my ears.
天境は常に人材不足だあいつらに国のか
I can't imagine the burden Teko Eon is carrying. I have no memory of carrying my country on my shoulders, but there's one thing I do know. This boy wants forgiveness for his sins. I can feel this from him. But who does he want it from? Who could forgive him? The only one who can forgive him is...
君を許すよ
Oh shit.
Teko.
Why are you forgiving him? He killed you.
誰よりも遠くを見据え
You're a
誰
good
よりも
bastard.
対局を眺め目先の評価にとらわれることなくみんなのために泥をかぶる優しいテコそんな君を憎めるはずがないじゃないか
I found myself in a prayer pose.
決
It's
して
as if someone else was using my mouth to
私は
talk.
いつも願ってる
I speak with my heart and
テコ
soul.
の心に安らぎがそうあるかし
It must be the words of the founder within me. Even if Teko Eon was the one who killed me, I won't hold a grudge. The founder forgave Teko Eon from the very beginning. I hear Teko Eon gasp through the headset. The hell? Are you trying to imitate the founder?
モノマネです似てましたか
似ているなんてものじゃない
That's in like...
今のはまるで
And then...
要素そのもの
あっち行けあっち行けダリーおあっちは美味しくなんてないダリーよ
There's Arale, running away from giant insects.
あられちゃんから離
I order Rex to drive the bugs away.
あられちゃん、もう大丈夫だよ。ワッチはあんな虫けらくらい全然平気だったけど、一応お礼を言っとくなよ。
なーに強がってんだってね。ピーピーわめいてたじゃねえか。レイさんに土下座しろ土下座。
あられちゃんの保護完了しました。
I immediately report back to Tekoyon, and I hear a sigh of relief.
恩に切れよ、しもべれ。早速そのバカをエレベーターに突っ込んで僕のところに送り返してくれと言いたい。あられ。
はいなり。
Don't be reckless, you almost died. Okay.
君が
You're not gonna go underground, you want to help me.
必死だったんだ。だがたとえ僕のためとはいえ一度自分で決めたからにはその責任は君自身に降りかかる。国の命運を背負う覚悟が君にあるのか。
もちろんなり。ワッチはそれをしたくて地下にやってきたなりよ。
辛いぞ。重圧に耐えられるのか。
辛いなんて今更なり。見ていくだけで何もできないことの方がワッチには辛いなり。
Raleigh stares at the sky with a serious expression. He's shown his resolve to Tekoyon. A short silence falls. I hear an exasperated sigh through the headset.
まあ覚悟があるなら戻ってこいとは言わないよ。そのままだが覚悟は行動エリア6の火事を止めてみせろ。
ここが制御ルーム。
Raleigh asked us to go to a small room in the passageway connected in areas 5 and 6. We see a huge computer
こ
here.
の部屋のコンピューターは消火設備も
そうなんだ。
どうするってこれがワッチの必殺技。
つまり
チッチッチ。ワッチはコードを刺した相手のポテン
That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. How are you gonna draw out more potential?
ここはワッチが
バカ言うな。
チームの
同じところで背中なんだよ。ここまでありがとうな、あられ。
ワッチが地下に
俺の
You did save my
ワッ
robot.
チの部下ワッチも地下に行こうって決断す。
情けは人のためならずってやつか。恩返しで火事を止めてもらえるなんて儲けもんだぜ。
火事だけじゃないなりよ。
Oh shit, you could track down the heretics.
京都
How?
の追跡なんてちょろいなり。あいつら一網打尽にしてやるなりよ。
ちっこいくせに頼もしいじゃねえか。その調子で頼むぜ、あられ。
ワッチにお任せなり。
Shiku is happily conversing with the Raleigh. Seeing this warms my heart. Shiku was broken when I met him, but now he smiles so kindly.
しもべれ、ちょっといいか。
And then I hear Tekoyon's voice through
君
the
に聞
headset.
きたいことがあるんだ。
はい。
I moved to the corner. So what did you want to ask?
君が動物を操るときに使う神の力だ。
My heart sinks. He knows about me and the power of God. I can't hold a steady breath. How do I get out of this? The angel showed me no one must know about this.
神の力を使ったって知られたら話をするどころかたちまち拘
Oh,
束
I
されて
mean,
異教徒として
I have to do
処分さ
something or
不
else
問に処
I'll
す
look。the other way. What?
今なんて
見て見ぬふりをしてやる。
いいんですか？
いいんだよ。僕はもともと経験のたすでに終点橋はあちこちがめちゃくちゃなようだ。
あちこち。
You mean this is the only place in shambles?
警備省が全滅した
警備省が全滅。
変化の時期というもの、背後で何者かが暗躍
何者か。
とはいえ、今はそれにこれ以上今まで培ってきた
それほど大事な。
しもべれ。
確か竜宮の最新。
竜宮の動物は終点峡谷における最強の門番と定義されています。
Yeah. That's so
セキュリ
inefficient.
ティか。僕が動物たちを進化させる。動物たち
The more we
進化
evolve
さ
the
せれば
animals,
さ
the
せ
closer
る
the new
ほど
world
テ
is.
コさんの目指す。
ネタばらしをしたら面白くないだろ
生き残れれば。
う。なんだ、随分弱気だな。君に
いや、その最強の。
大丈夫。もうそのし、あ、
だから。
Yeah, so he's finally on our side because we have a rally.
友達の勇姿を。
Suddenly find myself smiling. I feel the founder in me
テ
rejoicing.
コと話せて嬉しいな。
It's like talking to an old friend. There's no doubt now. They were best friends. The founder and Teko Yon, they used to believe in each other, but eventually parted ways. One of them met a tragic end. Why were they separated? Why did Teko Yon have to kill the founder? When this is all over, I wonder if he'll tell me. And then,
消火設備の強化完了なり。
I heard Rowley's excited voice. He's just a
続
wife
け
or
て
something. Router
デ
mode
ータマッ
activated.
チの地下とテコ、細かい制御は任せるなりよ。
The founder's wish.
よし、いいぞ。
A desert storm of downpour rains down on the burning field of Area 6. The smoke exhaust system is ventilating out the smoke with great force. If we continue like this for a few more hours, Area 6 will be fully
よ
operational.
くやった、あられ。
Thanks to Rowley acting as a router, we moved to get into some of the underground equipment. I tweaked the settings of the smoke exhaust system and sprinklers to extinguish the flames as quickly as possible. I concentrate the water and extinguishing agents on the most intensive parts of the fire. I adjust the exhaust system to control the airflow in Area 6, combining the smoke paths to prevent the fire from spreading. After several hours of work,
よし。
finally the fire is under control. In a few more hours, the fire in Area 6 will be completely extinguished.
しもべ、聞こえるか。火事は朝には鎮火する。今のうちに休息を。
もっと呼吸を
Even though I could tell them to rest, the three were fast asleep, lying in the grass of Area 5 with stupid grins on their face.
働いてるのに。
When I suppose they must have been exhausted. They spent all day running around the vast research facility. But still, I wonder.
なんなんだよ。
Ray Shimobe. His mystery only deepens. He seems suspicious, but when you talk to him, he appears genuinely good-natured. And yet he wields forbidden powers freely, controlling the animals.
しもべれをここに送り込ん
The
だ。
founder says nothing. Of course she says nothing. She's already dead. At least she's supposed to be dead.
そうあれかし。
As soon as Ray Shimobe gave me those words of confirmation, the voices of ghosts tormenting me completely ceased. It feels like everything has been forgiven. Everything. But perhaps because the tension was broken, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong drowsiness. I lay down on my chair and closed my eyes. I decided to take a nap while waiting for the fire to go out. Exhausted, I quickly fell asleep, and I had a strangely vivid dream. In my dream, the founder was standing in a cemetery in the wilderness. Countless gravestones peek out of the barren earth.
ずいぶん
The founder murmurs quietly.
仲間が死んで森が死んで
The environment morphs into Earth, a planet of death. Factions fight over the few remaining habitable areas.
寂しい
With
な
our great handicap of our non-killing doctrine, our comrades fall one by one. The founder seems deeply pained by the
ねえ
situation.
テコどうして生き物は死
The
ぬの
founder
か
asked me quite an abstract question out of the
決ま
blue.
ってるだろう。弱いから
I gave an equally abstract answer. She understands that we fight under overwhelming disadvantaged conditions, and doing so results in many sacrifices. But the founder is not so concerned about that. She seeks an answer to the much larger plant-sized question of death, and
生
so
存競争に打ち勝ち環境変化に
じゃあ強くなった
ま 理論上はそうな
but
る
that is purely theoretical. No matter how strong a species becomes, it likely can't live on Earth the way it is now. I had already given up on Earth. There's no way it would ever regain its vitality, but the founder had not given up.
そっか。
The founder clapped her hand together.
じゃあさ、テコが生きも
は
どんな過酷な環境、地球はまた元気に。
どこがナイスアイディアだ。
不可能の中でこそ輝くの。
いくらなんでも限度がある。
その辺は大丈夫。国家予算をテコの研究につぎ込
What
んであげる
nonsense.
よ
I。was too stunned to speak, but I couldn't dismiss it outright. The founder is a woman who always follows through on what she says. Once she declares she's making a country, she surely will make one, and I will secure a vast research budget. And that was practically certain.
生命を強くする。
Before I knew it, I was seriously considering ways to pull it off. What kind of strength is needed to survive on a dead planet like Earth? Strong muscles, overwhelming physical stamina, high intelligence, cooperation is also necessary. To induce such changes, I need to induce artificial evolution. I can accelerate the speed of evolution with science, and then adjust its
楽
directionality.
しみだな。テコが強くした生き物がもうすぐここを駆け回るんだよ。
The founder walks through the wilderness with a spring in her
馬
step.
にライオン、それにウサギさんも素敵。私は戦闘タイプだから余計に憧れてしまうのかも。血の通った生
The
き物
founder had a
の
vision of the
温かさ
future in her mind. Imagine playing with animals that didn't even exist yet. She was full of joy, like an innocent girl.
寂しい終わりはごめんだよ。私は動物たちと一緒にハッピーな終焉を見たいん
With
だ。
that look on her face, it was impossible to refuse. I sighed in resignation.
胴体
ありがとうテコ。我らに終点鏡のご加護あり。
To reach the distant dreams, one must purge the less important bits. I cut away everything to fulfill the founder's dream. Ethics, morality, research partners have finally given the founder herself. I had to discard the founder to fulfill her dream. I realized I was putting the cart before the horse, but I couldn't stop. But thanks to that, my research is almost complete. The strongest of creatures that break through extinction periods. The completion of the ultimate life form is near. It's crazy how he admitted that he killed her already. It's late, past 2 a.m. I'm sitting on the fields of Area 5 looking at the night sky displayed on the ceiling. First and second magnitude stars, shooting stars, even constellations are replicated. I know they're all fake, but they look like the real
どう
thing.
すりゃあんなもん
The
作れるんだ
wonders of geniuses make me think of how small I am.
お月くん
The sleeping Raleigh wakes up next to me.
もしかして
ああレックスが
なったらい
いやい
お
眠れないわけじゃねえけど安眠してるとひき逃げ犯の分際でのんきに眠って
I
んじゃ
dream
ねえ
about that
ぞ
day every time I close my eyes. Me racing through the alley on the bike. Hitting that woman. And awakening to me running away.
一旦目を覚ましたらどうせ眠れねえからせめて朝まで祈ることにしてん俺が引いたあの女
There can be no repose for a murderer, though. As I say that and laugh, Raleigh looks down sadly.
おいお前まで
お月くん
誤解
おわっちは最初だからあんなひどいことひき逃げの罪で捕まった作業服のお前がどうしてまたにこの卑怯者少しはでもテコと
なああられどうもピンとこ
テコは ユーロなんて
マジか。あんな
だからワッチそのためなら
Raleigh quietly shows his
ワ
resolve.
ッチは
Seeing that, I can't help but think of the guys. Thinking of the guys who went through everything with me.
やってやろうぜ。
We may be nothing but a speck alone, but together,
やってやる
Raleigh
だり
raises his tiny fist and we swear pact. We'll get through it together. I don't know where this road lives. Road leads. But at the end of it... Oh shit. I skipped that dialogue. Oh, split ending time. Last date. I feel like we could get redemption. Gain redemption. Day 2 of infiltrating the research lab. We got up early and resumed our pursuit of the heretics. Thanks to Raleigh's reinforced sprinklers and anti-smoke system, the fire was finally extinguished. I need to make up for lost time. The mud is very distracting.
これじゃスピードが
The ground wasn't well drained and it is muddy. We can overcome one obstacle only to run into another, right when we need to catch up too.
遅い。もっとスピードアップしろ。いや、路面のならもっとレックスのパワー。もう無茶ばっ
Why
か
are
り。
people in power always like this? They really don't know what it's like risking their life.
違う。
ワッチ
せっかく地下に行ったのに
でも
大いにある。研究所の動物たちは、
ワッチの
ああ、救急の裏側にチップがある。
でもチップ
ドクター江崎
まさか
なら、
That is my best invention, you're the best too, or heck, maybe even more than that.
ワッチが
君は僕自分の意志で地下にたどり着き、自分を信じろ。
Raleigh looks way more determined now. And then,
おい、あられ、無茶すんな。
Raleigh extends his
落ちるぞ。
tentacles and jumps on Rex's head. He extends them further and inserts it into Rex's nostrils. Then, oh, that's fucked. That vein popping I do not like. Immediately, Rex began to chain. The muscles woke up at a rapid pace.
わすなりよ二人ともしっかり捕まっているだり
Unafraid of the mud, Rex burst forth like a bullet train. Unafraid. Okay, Raleigh is now in control of Rex. I don't need the power of God to control animals so long as we have Raleigh's code
あ
hack.
れのやつ。
This is the happiest I've ever heard Q sound.
異教徒を捕まえることができる。
Speed adjustment. With Raleigh's fusion, the highly evolved organism Rex has become the strongest and fastest biological weapon. Strong, fast, and beautiful. Just watching its majestic form through the monitor sends shivers down my spine. My breathing keeps getting ragged, my heart pounding through my chest. What is this feeling? Watching Raleigh's growth makes me feel happy as if it were my own accomplishment. Even though he's not here, I feel closer to him than ever. I've never felt this way before. When did my mindset change? Oh, it was when he gave me those comforting words.
君を許すよ
When he gave me those words of forgiveness, it felt like my heart, trapped in guilt, was finally released, letting me see what was most important. Raleigh's future. To see someone important like him evolve, I want to see it. I want to witness it. My thought process has changed.
まあ、見とれてばかり言
I
わ
take a deep breath to regain composure and analyze the situation.
間に合うか。
Will they make it? The heretics are struggling their way through Area 8. They could reach Area 9 at any moment. Ideally, I'd like Raleigh to speed up even more. But demanding too much could lead to malfunction. If he stumbles and falls into the mud, Rex will never rise again. Do I speed up or do I maintain this pace?
あられ、もっとスピード上げろ。
I turn on the mic and demand Raleigh to speed up. That's right, I decided to trust Raleigh. No need to worry. I need to spur him on.
無理。
でもこれ以上
二人を振り落とすのが心配なら。いや、ある。要は、
Wait, did you just say you know you do?
あられちゃん、どうして急に止まったの？何かトラ
Did something
あ
happen?
られ急がなくていい
You two go stand there shoulder to shoulder, okay? I guess we do as told and rallies.
あ
The next moment, Rex's giant mouth is approaching. We're enveloped in an instant. A solid hole. Oh, so that's the right answer.
行け
So what's the wrong
君を
answer?
許すまあ間に通す怪我にだけは気をつけてくれよあられ
Just be careful not to get hit. And it's closed. Carelessness. Soon we arrive at Area 7. Giant trees and plants block our way, but the juiced up Rex continues to forge its path. The heretics are close.
いいじゃね
これはチーム
Fighting
で掴み取った
alongside them
勝
the
利
past 2
だよ。
days has really broadened my horizons. I feel like I could see a whole new world. I'm slowly seeing what I need to do as the founder. To rescue the street kids. Then something interrupts my fantasizing. I can't see anything at all. Nothing. Okay, bad end.
行け
君を許す。
まあ間に通すあられもいやあるようえいおいあらうるさいぞ二人とも今あられが走ってるんだ
Area 7 is filled with plants. At the speed, he'll reach Area 8 in no time. But down, stay calm inside the mouth. I cut my communication and return to watching Riley's magnificent form.
綺麗だ
The majestic form of Rex, fused with the Rally, looks like a mythical divine beast, beautiful and oh so strong. Suddenly my eyes feel hot. The image of the clumsy Rally from not so long ago flashes in my mind.
あられがポンコツだったのはやっぱり僕のせ
He
い
was
だ
only clumsy because of me, wasn't he?
いやなんでもな
I
い
was the one who had underestimated Rally the most. Even knowing Rally's potential, I treated him like a child and never gave him the chance to show up his true abilities because I wanted him to stay by my side. Overprotection hinders evolution. As a scientist who leads evolution, I was actually hindering it. What an unfunny joke. Rally's stuck in an evolutionary dead end because of me. He wants for freedom and spurred his growth. Or those two. Right then, new message from Manji Fushicho.
メッセージ
Got a message from the Ministry of Security. Another request for assistance.
今すぐてめえんとこのロボットと武器を
How
ありったけ
polite.
おく
How
れ
high level of character shines through the text. Of course, this goes straight to the ignore pile. The Ministry of Security, which is already in ruins, has the lowest priority. Misallocating resources from here could doom the nation. The heretic activities are intensifying all across Shuten. There are two facilities that must be protected at all costs. Of course, is Ryugu, and the second is the headquarters. The Battle of Ryugu is about to end. It's time to think about what comes next. We need to strengthen our defenses at the headquarters just in case. To do this,
しもべれ大月く聞こえるか君らに伝えておきたいことがある
something I need to tell you. I connected the two still in the race, the Rex's mouth.
竜宮であられが異教徒を片付けたら、君らはエリア8の東壁に埋め込まれているパネルに
we're gonna go to a
24366
sub.
数字を打ち込むとサテライトルームが開放される。
Enter the numbers to unlock the satellite room. There are 3 escape pods.
脱出した後
お疲れのところ、僕を無事に本部ビルまで送り届けてくれ。
追加の報酬って
僕を大月食う。君食う動物に体をいや僕に犯罪。それでも捨て駒は案外あられがここまで成長したのも
Those are my genuine feelings. I can finally admit to my mistakes. I was wrong to dismiss Ku as a mere pawn. It's all a bit weird since when I become so honest.
会えるんだよ。約束通り私のことも
With our jubilant voices acting as background music, I continue to watch Raleig's majestic form. If I believed in Raleig's potential, given him opportunities to grow, I might have had more options available to me. Trying to do everything alone creates impossible situations. And pushing through the impossible leads to wrongdoing. Maybe I was being stubborn.
でもこれからは
If I could work with this Raleigh, we can overcome any difficulty. It's time to graduate from playing the anti-hero. Raleigh and I will become the strongest duo in Shootin. We will be the heroes leading the Shootin Order after the founder's death. Together, we will change the world. The best evolution. I was dreaming of such a future when suddenly... The monitor suddenly flashed with a bright light. My vision is completely engulfed by the light. What happened? I suppress my impatience and wait for the vision to return, but what I see is...
なんだ
When vision returns, all I can see is Area 7 up the plains. Area 7 was blown away along with the flash, the flames spreading quickly.
あられ
I call out desperately, but there's no response.
あられ
I can't see Raleigh on the monitor.
あられ
I frantically switch cameras, desperately looking to him, only to find... battered Rex covered in severe burns.
大爆破の場所が近かったおかげで
あられ
Hearing his voice, I'm quite relieved. It seems the worst case scenario was avoided.
大月
ああうんいたなそんな奴らも
Rex's skin is charred, with both his front legs missing. His back legs are intact. He can still move.
あられ本体のダメージはどうだ
Raleigh's personality, his humanity and memory are all concentrated on the core chip in his head. If his core chip breaks, he dies.
コアは大丈夫なり
そうか
But I can't relax yet.
急いでエリア6まで退避しろ
The flames continue to grow. They must have doused Area 7 with flammable chemicals beforehand. What incredible
早
meticulousness.
くエリア6に戻れあられ
No matter how much I move, he doesn't try to move.
あられ
てか
I push through to Area 7.
何を言って
でも
京都に追いつく平和がどうした
I yell, trying to stop him, but Raleigh just smiles at me.
勉強の
Sacrifice so much.
自分だけ例外な
Rex starts moving unsteadily, and by his own will, he charges into the flames. His front legs are already gone, yet his steps show no hesitation. He moves ever forward, steadfast.
やめろあられ
オハッチは
殺したのは僕だ
言ったオハッチはエコの代わりに
よせあられ
エコ
戻れあられ
No matter I shout, Raleigh does not turn back,
戻れ
and he disappears into the flames. I never heard his voice again. Now that's a rip. One bad, one good end. Let's see what we get.
レックスどうしてこんなことに
なんだよこれ黒焦げじゃ
Doesn't
ねえ
make
か
head or tails of anything. I suddenly got stuffed into Rex's mouth, and when I made it out, Rex, who was safely carried us through, lay dead on the corridor. The remains all charred black, and
あられちゃんあられどこだ返事しろ
he should have been attached to Rex's head. He didn't fall off, did he? And then
あられなら死んだよ
I hear a quiet voice through the headset.
死んだ
タチの悪い超エリア7
There was an explosion in Area 7. And he turned back, he could have lived, but Raleigh kept going, all to deliver you to Area 8. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Raleigh's dead.
なあ所長いるよそこにもう原型をとどめ
Raleigh's still attached to Rex? No, I don't believe it.
俺は信じねえぞ 昨日の夜に約束したんだ。おい、出てこい。
Ku frantically ruffles through the feathers on Rex's head. He seems to believe Raleigh is still there. Ku suddenly stops. What's wrong? Let me see.
来るな、レイさん。
そんな
あられだって別れの言葉。
If Ku is reacting like that, Raleig's corpse must be gruesome. Raleigh came to the Grad's well aware of the dangers within. We can't just abandon him and move
そ
on.
んなわけにいかない。
Then... Oh. Raleigh's barely recognizable. His tentacles are completely scorched and his head is melting from the heat. My adorable Raleigh.
もう行こうぜ、レイさん。
Ku tugs my hand, but
それ以上見てやらないで。
ええ、あられちゃんは任せてください。必ず
promised that
無事に
Raleigh
テコ
would
さん
come
の
home,
研
yet
究室に送り届けますから。
レイさん、
let's at least take the body. Oh, he's still hot. It's like my problems are in love.
レイさん。
必ず連れて帰るから。君をテコさんのところに。
Finally pull Raleigh away from the Rex's skin. To prevent hurting my hands anymore, I put him in my hood.
レイさん、両手を見せろ。
テコさん、異教徒を倒しましょう。
オペレーション
Give orders, I refuse. Jesus Christ, Teko.
テコさん、
嫌だって言ったんだ。
待ってください。
無駄も何も。
Teko Yon sounds like an empty house, but Ryugu, but the shooting order, if we give up now,
ご苦労様。
帰っていいって。終点。
そんなもの滅べばいい。
good, I hope it burns. With those words, the headset goes quiet. I feel myself blacking out. It's like all the lights have gone out. What are we supposed to do? Without Rex or Raleigh, the tactician Teko Yon was our last hope. Only now do I realize how much I was relying on him. He may not be trustworthy, but we could resolve anything with his command. Are you seriously just going to montage between this now? Okay, just skipping this.
レイさ
Oh,
ん、
wait here.
あられ
I'll
の
venture
仇は
after
俺
as
が
his
取る。
friend.
待ってクー君。敵を取るってどうやって？
I still have a gun.
一応銃は持ってんだ。
銃があったところで。
そうだな。
だったら
でもあられは逃げ、ここ俺は行く。
クー君。
Rest in peace, Ku. He's getting further and further away. There was no hesitation in the steps. Pitiful, I'm ashamed of myself. Do I really need a weapon? Am I unable to move without guidance? Am I really worthy of being the founder? Leading everyone against the toughest opponent? That's the founder's role. She lets subjects take the front line. I chase after Ku. It doesn't matter how I fight, or it doesn't matter if we win. Just that I don't turn my back. I'll go down fighting, not fleeing. Oh. Let me just see the other route real quick.
あられどこだ。
あられいるよ。
嘘だ。
テコさん、ごめんなさい。ええ、あられちゃんは任せてください。必ず無事にテコさんの研究室に送り届けますから。
Cannot descend yet. Please guide us to the heretics.
オペレーション
帰っていいって。
そんなもの。
待ってクー君。
俺は行く。
I guess the difference is just if we have him in the hood or not. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. The Great Ocean.
なんだ
What is this ocean? We made it to Area 8. It was like a beach from a book or something. Sand under our feet and ocean stretching beyond the horizon.
京都が
True, there's not a person in sight, which means
異教徒の連中すでに
not good. If they get to the deepest area, shooting is done for. Look across the way to get across the shore. There's gotta be a bridge or boat or something. The bridge was destroyed. Scraps resembling the wreckage of a boat are floating in the
ど
sea.
うしろってんだよ
We'll have no choice but to swim. That's gonna be torture. We'll need something like a kickboard. Anything that looks like it will be float. Driftwood from the wreck. Or wood from the bridge. There's a boat wreckage all over the shores riddled with holes. Garbage, all of it. I don't think this matters. There's a sound like a tidal wave. I spot a giant fish. With teeth like stakes, it opens a giant mouth, biting down on me. Shrieking flashes in my mind. Oh, you take control of that and we're good. I hear Ray's voice. My body gets pushed to the beach. The incoming fear, the incoming teeth, the feeling of death. Ray pulls my hand and I dash from the beach. I breathe as hard as I can. I get it together, appear back at the beach. The fish are gone. And the water is calm again. It's as if nothing happened. What the hell was that? I forgot about the words. Was that a shark? I've seen them in encyclopedias. There was a shark, a great white. The ocean's symbol of terror.
あんま
Currently highly evolved. We're dead if we get on the water.
死ぬな間違いなく
We can't just stay here. I think there has to be a way to get across. To do this,
あのサメを
退治しなくても大丈夫
train is enough.
調
Train?
教すれば
いやいくらレ
魚でも大丈夫
動物を
Sounds ridiculous, but Ray managed to control the Rex.
私の力で
Holy shit, the sound effects gets louder and louder, doesn't
さ
it?
すがにサメに二人乗りは
なら
ダメだよそ
なら俺
クー
You
君
head
は
back to the surface. What did you?
テコさんが言ってたでしょ
レイさん
違うよ
イオン所長
最後に話した時テコさんは明らかに尋
Says
常
Rick,
な
he might
様
even
子じゃ
kill
なか
himself
った
out of guilt. The doctrine forbids suicide, but who knows what that director Eon will do? Do I have to stay here to be dead weight, or should I check on Director Eon? I'll stay here to be dead weight
ダメよ
first.
帰りなさい
I'll go home. There's nothing
こ
for
のま
you
ま
if
こ
you
こに
stay.
残ってもいいから帰るのあなたの棒
うっせえ
It's about to make the same mistake. Oh, maybe I should have just had him go back. Same mistake as before.
なあレイさん本当にサメを操ることができるってんなら
いやそんな急には
That's
動
one.
物を
I
操
control
る
animals, but I need to be able to
力
see
があ
them.
るのは
He
本当
really wasn't lying. He really just wanted me to get to
そ
safety.
んなこったろ
Please be nice. I'm not even mad now, but we don't have time to argue.
レイさんの力を発動するにはあいつを海面
You
に
want to
おびき寄
attract a
せる
fish?
必要があるってことやっぱ釣り
It's
だ
not
よ
like we need a rod. We just need to break surface. Wait, now we're gonna shift? Just, yeah, he's just gonna bait it.
回収
Oh no, he's gonna kill himself. That's right, we have bait. Tycho Eon approved live bait, but if I do this, I'll never get to see my family again.
クー君どうしたのなんか様子がおかしいよやっぱり
こんな時まで俺の心配かよレイさん
That's so anticlimactic, I actually strained my resolve. I really wanted to see them again, my family, but that's enough of the past. It's about now, and now Ray's here. If I can protect him, then
レイさんありがとうあの時俺こうやって抱きしめ俺は
calm down. It felt like I was
誰
being
か
worth
に
being
抱
hugged.
きしめてもらえるようなそれにレックス乗った恐竜に二人乗りして大地を駆け回ったのなんてエリア5のホタル綺麗だったな
So much I want to say to them. The world will end by the time we've gotten it all out. There's just one last thing.
レイさんモチカを元気に
クー君
そうだあの博士最初はとんだクズ野郎だと思ってたけど
You have to build a whole world underground, but in some ways they're the same as us. You'll get it if you talk to him. You can overcome hatred and reach an understanding.
僕に犯罪者と侮られ
Well, I mean, he's still an asshole for killing people for no reason.
異教徒の追跡に尽くした君の貢献は
Look at me, Raleigh. I won't run. You ran right into the flames without backing down. How could I run away? This time I'm not running. This time I'll protect him. Protect Ray's future. That's... Why doesn't he just bait it out again? Just grab some wood and run away.
俺のクーク
Okay, let's just do this first. Ku suddenly jumps to the sea, taunting the sharks. I realize what Ku wants. Could it be he's using himself as shark bait? An enormous, ominous fin emerges. This shark is after Ku. Ku doesn't listen to me then. The shark reappears. It opens its huge mouth, its sharp teeth moving so close to Ku. But still, Ku stood still. I quickly went into my prayer pose. Please God, let that shark. Please grant me the power to train. So he's probably still gonna be dead, yeah? Close my eyes to pray for Ku's safety. I promise that we would return to his family on the street. I will save him. I open my eyes, hoping for the best. But he's dead. Ku's smiling proudly and laughing.
もう心配させないクーク。一旦砂浜に戻ってサメの他にも何か潜んでるかもしれ
I'll
ない
have to train another animal. We've come this far, the rest is up to fate. I want to keep up the momentum, and then I realize he's missing half his body. It's definitely red. Yeah. Motherfucker's dead.
姉さん
Huh? Ku is swept up by the offshore whirlpool. Like a tree leaf, he is powerless. A single hand reaches above the surface, like it's waving. Soon the hand is out of sight, as if no one was ever there.
待ってよ置いてかないでクーク
Yep, there he goes. Return 0. The surface light grew dimmer as it sank into the dark, deep dark. I guess I couldn't atone. Criminals saving the world? There's no way. How could I have ever dreamed that up? Failing to atone, I could only be headed to hell. It's supposed to be eternal torture or something. It's a fitting end for a criminal. I'm not afraid to go to hell. I deserve to suffer, but it's not about me.
姉さん
I can't protect him to then. That's my only regret. I can't even go calmly to hell without knowing he's safe. Well, I mean, you know that it's he's she.
この世にとどま
This
る
few hours, I need to see that he gets out of safety. I'm fine with dying. Just let me be by him. If spirits or souls do exist, no matter what I have to suffer through, I want to be by him.
いいえ。あなた
I
の
hear a
物語は
voice
ここ
from
でお
somewhere.
しまい。
Darkness takes over my
随
sight.
分暴れ回っ
You
てく
certainly
れた
did
わ
make a
ね。
mess of things. Just really surprised me.
More
But you've done
easy.
enough. Rest? Enough?
あなたは
No,
十
not
分
yet.
頑張った わ
I haven't held Ray yet.
いいえ。
No, you don't need to wander around anymore. Rest peacefully. Go back to the pure void.
真っ白な世界に。
I hear something crack. Now my vision is bleached white. Enveloped by gentle light, me, who am I? I don't know anything. I don't know. But this place is full of joy. Oh, it's like a dream. No, I am the dream. Okay, let's
そんなこ姉さんやっぱ生きえこんな時まで俺は恐竜にエリア5のホタル綺麗だ
Oh, that's where the split
な
is?
あレイさん大月くは元気
江崎博士
She's supposed to be dead
その
though.
人はもう
Oh
死ん
yeah, I
で
forgot
る
that's what the world
江崎
seeks.
博士は生きてるぜ
She's alive and well in prison.
死を偽装したんだよその方が何かと動きやすいみたいじゃああ江崎博俺が竜宮に働きイオン所長の横っ面意地張ってねえで
It was just a dream for a grunt like me to talk with Director Yon. I never got the chance.
ずっとイオン所長天才なんて案外そん
Being
な
able to
もん
build
な
a
んじゃねえ
whole underground world, but in some ways they're the same as us. You'll get it if you talk to them.
僕に犯罪者と侮られ仲間を無残に殺されながらそれでも異教徒の追跡に尽くした君の貢献
I
は
mean, I feel like
十分恩赦に値するものだ
that's a bit unrealistic, maybe. I don't know. Quite a bit of recency bias. I hear his breath, so he has a chance to die here.
異教徒の連中どうしろってんだよどうすれば
Pick up wood from the wreck. Spot a giant fish. With teeth like it opens its mouth, biting down on me. And that's dead.
異教徒の連中すでにエリどうしろってんだよどうすれば早く逃げて
Yeah.
最後に話した時
I should head back to the surface.
分かったよ
Fine, I'll head back to the surface. No use to being stubborn. I have to go where I'm needed. Ray, don't ever do it. If I lose you, I'll.
私は必ず生きて地上に2人でクー君の家族に会いに行くって
What did he find? Let's see.
これが脱
So
出
this is the escape pod. There are 3 capsule-like pods in the hidden room. I'm kind of worried if this tiny thing could take me to the surface, but I don't have time to doubt. I open the pod and climb in. Once I got in, my vision floods white. What the hell is this? No matter how hard I try, I can't move. I can't even
ずい
speak.
ぶん体がボロボロね
A voice sounds from somewhere.
あなたが
This
無
voice
事
I
で
can't
よくさ
remember. You don't need to go into
あ
Harvest
とは
Rain
ゆっ
anymore.
くり眠
Sleep?
りなさい
You can't be serious. I have so much to do.
こ
What
れ以
was
上
it again? What was I? No, wait.
危
Who
な
am
い
I?
目に
My
遭う
name.
必要
I'm.
はないわ
This is all just a simulation, I guess.
Mm. 最後に話した時
ダメよいいからか
そんなこったろ姉さんの力を発動やっぱ生き
There we go. We
こん
stay.
な時まで
Go down this route.
恐竜にエリア5のホタル綺麗だったな天才
僕に犯罪者と侮られ仲間を無残に殺されながらそれでも異教
俺の償いだ
Up to every 9. Crossing the sea on the shark, I see the entrance to a cave up on the shore. Every 9 is ahead, the deepest part of Yugu. The heretics are on the other side. We need to defeat them to save the world, to save everyone. This is what they would have wanted. We're supposed to fight together.
誰も
Max was incinerated, rail dissolved, Teko Young gave up, and Ku. Well, the horse is still alive on bright side. On the bright side. My heart pains when I recall Ku's final moments. I just want him to go home to his family on the streets. We made a pinky promise, a promise we can't keep.
私一人でたどり着いても
Even if I do this alone, I save the world without Ku. What's even the point?
締めっぽい
I hear voices and look up.
ヒメルさん
レイ
神の手助けがあったとはいえ
ヒメルさんミコ
レイ君は異
You
教
must
徒を
defeat
打
the
ち滅
heretics to save the shooting order. If you quit here, the world will... Numerous words stab me out of it. If I quit here, Ku's death will be in vain. I have to carry out his wishes. Save the world and tell his family. Tell him how hard he
そ
fought.
うですね
I am the father after all. I must save Shuden.
教祖記憶より先に教祖の自覚が戻ってきたのかもしれない
涙を拭いたら出発するわよいざ迷宮の最深部へ
More motivated than ever, we stepped into the cave. A long, dark, downhill slope, and finally we reached the deepest part of the labyrinth.
これは
Finally arrived at Area 9. This place is like an aquarium. There's a giant glass wall separating us from the water. Floating inside is...
もう
This is the treasure of Shuten? The thing the heretics are trying to destroy? Wait, the
二
heretics.
人とも気をつけてください
何を言っているんだ
そこ
On the ground, a mountain of corpses lay. The heretics and a minotaur.
何これ
Some sort of primate lies spread eagled on the ground. Most
牛
of his body looks to be a gorilla, yet the head is a
キ
bull.
メラってやつかしら
ダンジョンのおそらく神話の怪物
ミノ
Minotaur,
察
yes.
するに異教徒たちと激し
最後は相打ちの友達
相打ち
Does that mean our fight is it over? Just like that?
しかし
Putting a
醜悪だ
hideous
な
thing like this, a treasure. It's very bad taste.
今は割とこういうのもいける口よ
Despite my state, the angels admire the secret treasure floating in the
こ
tank.
の脳本当に何な
At the
の
very least, I want to know what this is, the thing we've been fighting for White Ku and Raleigh.
そい
That's
つ
a biocomputer, yada.
生体コンピューターヤタだ
Turn around and see one of the heretics waking up. One of them survived.
まそう警
The heretics smiles. Despite the uneasiness, I feel little hostility.
あんただろその執念に文字通りの出血大作
I don't want to talk to these guys, but this is my only chance.
どうして清潔の大あなたたちは一体
俺
We
たち
can't tolerate anything unclean. Modified genomes,
清潔
cultivated bodies.
それと
And then there's life, Shuden, that refuses to die.
絶
The
滅する
Shuden
べ
order.
き時に死なね
Didn't the Shuden order wish for humanity's demise? It was a very unpleasant contradiction, but I depressed it.
絶滅に抗うことは
え悪いとは言ってねえけど竜宮こそが汚れた命の紛失口だ滅ぼせる
Heretics' voice grew quieter. I don't want to talk to these guys, but this is my only chance.
あなたたちはどうしてこの脳を壊そうとしたん
決まってんだろ
It's a shield for the Shuden order.
今風に言うとヤタは
絶滅
なあおかしい全部
It's all if they steal
し
with
か
Yada.
もよこのヤタはよ定期的に誰かが命を捧げてあげねえとこいつはそれにしても自然これもかつて続けられていた
However, so what Miko Toro said was true.
今はそうじゃねえらしいが恐ろしい
今はそうじ
よくは知らんできるなら最
So it was upgraded to no longer need sacrifices. So Yada, a computer that ran using life sacrifices to it. How sinister. It's to be expected of the order anyways. And this country isn't right. At least the sacrifices are no longer being performed.
若くあの国そういったた
It's lounging on a mountain of corpses.
山の上にあぐらをかいている
Sort of
だけなん
filth.
だ
The only way to destroy Yada, the shield of shooting. So these guys, so being targeted by these guys is why
テ
Teko
コさんは地中深くにヤタを埋めて敵の手が届かないように
within so that we couldn't harm it.
だが守るだけじゃねえイオン
Teko Yeon protects Yada in the cave. Yada provides Teko Yeon computer power, a symbiotic relationship. In other words, his ultimate goal is to
僕が動物たちを進化させるのは
壊したかったぜ清潔じゃねえなのによ あの牛顔のキメラおかげで悲願がパーだぜ。
そっか。
He took the bomb first. Our noble gatekeeper stopped Yada from being destroyed. Rex, Rally, Ku, and this gatekeeper. They all protected the Shuden Order with their lives. All for their unworthy founder. The dead won't ever return. But at the very least, I want to bless these heroes.
ありがとう。ありがとう。私たちを
いや、
No, it didn't protect you.
守りきれてないぜ。
What?
確
Can blow up Yada, but I'm sure
破滅の
破滅
Key of Destruction is that, and then
キー。それって。
red letters appear on the glass.
これは
シャット。
Why is this all of a sudden I suddenly notice it? The strange key-like object in the bottom of the tank.
それがキーだ。
Pandora's box has been opened. If Yada stops, you'll finally face annihilation.
熱。
Okay, he's just dead.
清潔じゃ
Never mind, he's still alive.
お前らはこの推しのウイルスだ。
Naruto gives one last crazy laugh before coughing on his own blood and going still. That wicked smile stuck onto him. He certainly is certain of her destruction.
これはシャットダウンまでの
ニコトルさん。もしもヤダがこのま
おそらくその
I forget it so far, all for nothing.
諦めるなレイ。
でもどうでもいいから
I have to do something, but what? Pull out the USB.
これを引き抜けば
If I remove this, the countdown should stop, but the countdown doesn't stop.
今さら引き抜いてもダメだ。
ちゃんこうなったら水槽をた
ブラウン管じゃないんだぞ。
諦めるよりも
That's right, it is better than giving up. I curl my hands into fists and swim them at the tank.
止まれ止まって
I keep hitting the tank, my hands for take, but that isn't stopping me.
お願い
I wish and please, I wish and keep hitting. But no matter how much I wish, the countdown is merciless. Angels too stare at the tank with a blank expression. We're out of options. Why did you plug it back in? I'm so frustrated, I feel like crying. What sort of founder am I? So helpless. I wish I could apologize to Ku and Rally for my incompetence right till the very end.
終わりだなんて
The light in Yada disappears and I suddenly find it hard to breathe. I'm so dizzy. Is this oxygen deprivation? The Yada shut down, cutting off our air supply? I guess for air. Anywhere. Oxygen, please. Of course I had no luck. I feel myself blacking out. Ku, I'm so sorry. In my oxygen deprived state, I apologize profusely to Ku. Ku sacrificed himself to help me, and yet I couldn't save the world. The answer is to keep my promise. Because you need a part of a rally for this.
貼られ
I figured that was the case.
いるよ。
嘘だもういい
あられちゃんは
レイさん
必ず
レイさん
生きよ
オペレ
帰っていいって。
そんなもの。
Yeah, I guess that's how it is.
待ってくじだ
俺は行く
ふうくん
We're out of options. What sort of founder am I?
終わりだ
終わってなんていないなり
Oh, Rally's still alive. Shit. Wonder how he lived. It all started with a request from the founder.
寂しい終わりはごめんだよ。 私は動物たちと一緒にハッピ
To
ーな
fill the
終
earth
焉を
with life
見たいん
again.
だ
To fulfill the founder's wish, I evolved the animals.
地球をまた幸せな星にして
Stronger, stronger, stronger. Stronger, stronger, stronger. Stronger, stronger, stronger. That doesn't seem like the right answer to me. The research was challenging. Even with my intellect and Yada's computing power, the research did not progress easily. I became worn out. I wanted to give up many times. I even almost threw it away on occasion. But each time I envisioned an ideal future. Filled with life, plants, and animals. An ideal land celebrating prosperity. Achieving this future eventually became my own dream. Oh, I wanted to show Raleigh the arrival of a new world. But the future will never come because Raleigh is dead. Death is the end of change. Once life stops moving, it decays. Yes, life that stops moving is all.
君までゴミになってどうするんだ。
わっちゅうゴミ呼ばわりとは何が
I hear a voice I shouldn't be hearing. It can't be. It's impossible. He should be dead. This must be another hallucination. I can't keep my hopes up. Raleigh still can't be alive. Calm myself down and look at the monitor and find. Raleigh's avatar is swelling on the screen. How are you alive?
上なテコにお説教するためいいから
ヤタの停
Not
止
quite understanding. I checked the monitor for Area 9.
なんだ。
Looks like Raleigh has attempted to code hack into Yada. I looked at it to see force shut down.
あられ。
異教徒は
Heretics were already dead, but before they died, they inserted a weird key into the device.
変なキー
Yeah.
を刺されたんです
Okay. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have said that.
バカでもわかるように説明する。
つまり
あ、
Raleigh is in a fierce code hacking battle with the pseudo device.
シャットダウンまで残り1秒か。
The state it doesn't look like we
ヤ
can
タの
avoid
停
this.
止はもう避けようもない。
そんなテコ何か
落ち着け。ヤタの中に再起動コードの入力画面が。
了解だりなんとかやってみるなりよ
I sit in my main computer and wait for Raleigh to send me the feed, only to find
なんだ
what's all this.
これは
The input screen is not what I expected. It's just a simple input bar with space for 10 characters. Looks like there's something like a hint, but
な
what am I
んだ
solving
これ
already, Toby? There's only one
た
chance
だ
to get it
のクイ
right.
ズじゃないか。死後まで僕に無茶ぶり
Explain to the
するの
severed
か
head, but of course I get no response. I wish I could crack this head open and get an answer. Maybe I don't even need to crack the head open. Only she was here.
江崎が生
Saki
き
was
てさえ
alive.
い
I
れ
could
ば
extract the data from the founder's
脳
brain.
から教祖の
She was
デ
a
ータを
specialist
吸い
in
出
the
す
brain
ことがで
science.
き
With
るのに
intact head, she could reference all the data within. But Izaki died in prison long ago. I reported her and had her expelled from Yugu.
僕が
It's my fault she was driven to
あい
such
つ
an
を
end.
死に追いやったせいで
She's
ド
not
クタ
dead.
ー江崎
あは
Saki's alive? What are you saying? Are you out of her mind?
違うんですクー君がそれを教えてくれた
死ぬ直前
クー君はエリア8で
So Ku Otsuki is dead. Also, they're spending way too much time. He was a convict in a jumpsuit, but loyal and sincere to Ray. Someone with a strong sense of honor like Ku when lies in his final moments.
僕は今から監獄に向かうそして江崎を連れ出してあられは僕が監獄から帰って
任されたなり
しもべれ君は江崎との打ち合わせに
はい
邪魔じゃないむしろしもべれ沈黙が降りないように
つまり
僕と江崎は友達ではない
Okay.
わかりまいえ
違う僕は無駄な
はいはい
Let's ruin this when we're all done.
そっちこそヨーガス
取り調べのことか
ありがとうございます
なあ
ええテコさんも
I recall, quickly get ready to leave. That's my turn to go on adventures, just like a rally, to reclaim what I lost in the past. He doesn't even walk? I guess so. I think I remember him doing that in the prologue. New character unlocked, probably. Huh. Okay, let me just do the bad route first. If we're clearing this whole thing, I should just clear it off the bat while I have the chance.
そんなこ姉さんのやっぱ生きこんな時まで俺は恐竜にエリア5のホタルあの白
僕に犯罪者と侮られ仲間を無残に殺す なんだこれは。なん江崎が生きてさえいれば僕があ
So
い
my
つを
fault
死
she
に
died.
追いやったせい
This
で。
must be karma coming around. The prodigy must be laughing in her grave. You can't give up because Exaki isn't here.
しもべ、アルファベット10文字の言葉を何か思いつかないか。
Oh, finally got a stream of boo ad.
急に言われても。
深く考える必要はない。
だか英単語なんてわかるは
In
ず
other
がない。
words,
ならもしも君が気を
その可能性。
僕にも江崎には遠くを呼ばないが
sometimes has a
Say
disarmed
them.
chance. Return to the area, surface. I'll attempt to return, restore
あれ
your
はなんと
memory.
かヤタを持って
了解なり。
頼んだぞ二人とも。
Silent hope, that's all I got left. I get a notification from my computer.
誰
Sound
だ
like this?
こんな時に。
What? I gasp in shock. One render shakes me to my core. Oh, I'll just continue. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Okay, let's see the bad ending.
それじゃああられちゃん。
わっちな
So
ら
I just hurry up to the
お前
surface.
が
The
記
fate of the
憶を
world
取り
depends on your memories.
絶対に思い出してみせるからね。ミコトルさん、ヒメルさん。二人とも。
So despair, I don't know when they'll reappear. I'm annoyed at their
ここを出て
inconsistency.
行ってこないなら、私だけ先に地
To
上
say
に帰
this,
っちゃ
I
いますから
put the
ね。
unlock key to the panel on east side of the area 8. Inside the salad room, there are two vehicles which look like medicine capsules lined up. I open the lid and enter the pod. A sound like a startup beep. Yeah, I'm speeding through the cutscene. To Ryugu version B. Oh, heading to the surface. I feel seasick. I step out of the escape pod. I'm now at the lake surrounded by a forest. I managed to reach shore, but which way is Ryugu? I know it's around here, but
遅い
大幅なタイムロスだ。
I thought I lost sight of you two. Do you think you're already at the surface?
どうやって地上？
そんなことはどうでも。
Without being told anything, we start running. Yeah, these fuckers don't explain shit. Hi, Angel Hotel, Kaka. The game's been going good. Doing the Ministry of Science, as you can see. Yeah, I've just been reading fast. I dislike the format of the Ministry of Science for the sake of reading, because I don't like how slow they talk and how repetitive it is at times. So I've just been speed reading it. But yeah, Pure Land has been wiped out. Now if I can remember the reboot code for Yada, it will be our victory. This is what happens when you read nothing but manga for years. You just speed read everything. It's not good, because I can't remember details like too well. That I'd probably get if I read slow. But I just can't help it. The addiction. But so far, I like this route. I think it's very interesting, the ability to choose options on all characters. Although it has to be a bit limited, right? Like, they're not going to do too hard on this. I wish they had, what's it called? I wish they had what 100 Line got in its first patch, which is actually just doing, like, actually just going to the decision. Like, I just want to make the decision and get out, you know? So I've had to, like, you know, just speed through a bunch of dialogue at times. It is good for storytelling. It just feels like it doesn't suit the game after it being different for two routes, right? Well, that's what I think. It just feels different, so I don't like it. Like, my main issue with this is that outside of the sound audio, you can't really tell which character said what. So if you accidentally skip dialogue because you're trying to go through a cutscene fast, you have no indication of who said what. Like, I think if they had color coding, it might be better. Or highlighting. But I'm not really sure. I think that's my only complaint, though. Everything else is pretty nice. Oh, I guess they have flash. I didn't even notice they had that in the bottom right. Been looking at the top this entire time. So I didn't even realize they had character profiles. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I'm just an idiot. I think it's fine if they're different. There's aspects that I like and I won't like from every single route. Overall, I do still like the game, though. I think every route is good. That I've played through, at least. Just has their own flaws, whether it be, like, constraints from it just being extremely different and them needing to complete a game. Like, maybe I'm a bit spoiled, but I wish there were more routes in this, like the 100 Line. But I understand, you can't have 100 routes in this one portion of this one game. Oh, he's already in the... What's it called? The prison equipment? No, wait, no, it's not the prison equipment, because that's in prison, obviously. But it's the same technology, just here. It was the director's previous work. Let's see. What the fuck? The laser gun. Sharp sound echoes through the air, and in the next moment, I feel a terrible pain in my chest. Yeah, I guess it is just VR chat, huh? Where is he, huh? I don't see him in the background. I feel myself blacking out. Am I fading conscious? I looked frantically around, trying to see what happened. And then... Damn, is that her? I always thought she was going to be taller from the pictures. Or I guess lack of pictures. The masked girl.
イオンテコと共に世界を救うのは私。あなたではないわ。
She's a yandere? That's crazy. I can't hear anymore. Okay, that was a pretty nice end though. Like, I like that. I like that it took a while to get there. Let's see. I also do like the fact that, yep, paths are slightly different
そんな子姉さんの
in the same route, if that makes sense. Like this option right here, it just goes to the next node, but this node determines a lot of things.
綺麗だったなあレイさん大月クは元気に
江崎博士
天才
僕に犯罪者と侮られ仲間を無残に殺す
Oh, it just accelerated through the coup. Let me check something. Yeah, this one's a lock path. That's right. Okay, same dialogue as before. Get medical treatment. Oh wait, no, that's new. Wait, no, that's old.
お前に助けてもらった
これくらい平気だよほら普通に動くし
I'm going numb over.
お
Wait,
前たちは
I feel like this dialogue is different. I know I just played through this, so I should know this. But this dialogue is different,
大
right?
月君はもう地上に戻ることはできないけど拳と拳をぶつけ合って
If we did a fist bump and that's what that's the only requirement for a relationship, that'd be crazy.
しもべれお前は大月君の思いも地上に連れて行ってやってほしいなり
That's crazy.
必ず連れて行くよ
That what's it called?
それに
This glass that they have surrounding this brain is all an LCD panel. But the power welling up inside me. I'm sure we could save the world. I'm certain of that. How was the Ministry of Health route for me? I liked it.
必ずいい知らせが来るから期待して待ってて
The what's it called? The robot news at the end is very surprising.
事件が全部終わったら
I don't really know what I think of the angels still. Like, there's no way the angels are actually good people. That's my current thought process. Or maybe that's just how angels are supposed to be, right? They're so vague. But maybe they're trying to lead Rey for something good.
二人ともいたら返事をしてくださいここを
The robot stuff is still fucking with me. The personality switch is also a bit strange. But it makes sense in the sense that they wanted a twist. And it did feel like at some points that it was just to bait out someone with God's power, specifically resurrection. Yeah, no, she's just a bit psychotic, but I found it all in good fun.
出てこないなら
I think Ministry of Health is my favorite route so
地上
far.
に帰っちゃいますからね
Ministry of Science is also quite good. Unfortunately, Ministry of Security is the weakest. Yeah, no, I think the Ministry of Security is just the weakest. So far, these two are pretty close. So I guess, depending on how this ends, I may look at it more favorably or less favorably. But they're really close so far. I did like the death games a lot. The escape room portion were fun. sound like a standard beep. Yeah, it's crazy how much more dialogue they put in this. Compared to the other route. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened recently. I think it just might be allergies. Oh fuck, I'm bleeding. Okay. The robot twist was expectable at that point. Guess another route has similar things, huh? Okay, give me a minute. I want to step up a piece of paper, grab my notes. Okay, I'm back. I might need to dip a couple more times in the future. Just because it's pretty intense. But it's expected. I got my nasal spray coming tomorrow. That'll help with it. It's because I've been using the air conditioning a lot more now. The heater, I mean. Ignoring the danger, I turn on the boost. Going through the forest at top speed. Fuck. Maybe I just pinched my nose. I'm heading towards Shuten's largest prison, then. A place where major criminals who commit heinous crimes end up. I didn't realize they're still in Japanese. Ryugu and the prison aren't all too far apart. If I push my machine, I could get there in about an hour. Even 1 minute, 1 second faster, and... So he has to run into her, like, in the middle of the forest. I need to overcome this crisis. I need Dr. Izaki's help. A rare genius, the greatest neuroscientist in history. A former win of Ryugu that I once clipped myself. I need to give her a piece of my mind. With that thought, I rev my engine to the max. A sudden thought came to my mind. The image of Rei controlling Rex flashes through my mind. It was only a few hours ago, but it felt strangely nostalgic. I never thought I'd be the one running around outside. I let my thoughts wander, and then... Oh damn, he just makes it straight up.
年ぶりだ。
When was the last time I came here? Oh, yeah, he says that. I made it to the end. Officially, it's said to be under the Ministry of Security. However, in reality, it's mostly an independent facility. They've been in conflict with the Ministry of Security for years.
警備省は犯罪者を捕まえるだけでしょう。その犯罪者を長年にわたって管理しているのはどちらが終点橋の平和により貢献しているかは明らかなはず。
Or so that's what the warden says, at least. The argument isn't without merit. The peace of Shuten order is maintained precisely because the prison strictly manages those heinous criminals. But,
まさか僕をたばかるとはね。
yeah, I will make them pay for faking Izaki's death. Yeah, they are a bit corrupt, aren't they?
今すぐ江崎を僕の前に連れてこい。
I shouted as soon as I entered the warden's office.
イオン様、これは科学省の幹部様が直々にいらっしゃるとは今日。
ご託はいい。家から早く江崎を僕の前に連れてこいと言っているんだ。
江崎とは
ああ、いいよそういうのは。
You phase just bring Izaki out.
僕は急ぎだ。
はて、何をおっしゃっているのやら皆目見当もつきません。何か勘違いをされているのではありませんか？
では江崎はあくまで死んでいると。
奴はれっきとした死人です。こちらに死亡報告書が。
The warden desperately tries to cover up Izaki's existence. He produces a death certificate and autopsy reports, stubbornly clinging to his lies. The audacity to present falsified records to me, how bold. If that's what you're going with.
イオン様、何を？
監査だ。
An inspection, my
僕の特製のドローンでデータを押収させてもらう。
なんと野蛮な。イオン様、幹部といえどこんな蛮行は許されません。
蛮行？違うな。これは科学だよ。
I could use my superior technology to expose the truth. That's the true essence of science. I mean, I feel like regular technology could also just expose the truth.
何もやましいことがないのなら、君の PC から吸い出したこのデータを不死鳥卍の端末に送りつけても問題ない。
Mentioning the Ministry of Security's top dog makes the warden's face pale instantly. Known as the Queen of Heretic Hunters, she won't stop once she sets her sights. She disregards political power dynamics, hunting down heretics and anyone suspected of being involved to the ends of the earth for execution.
しかしも
If you
し
bring... Oh.
君が僕を江崎と引き合わせてくれるのであれば、このドローンを君にプレゼントしてやってもいい。
Hearing this, the warden gives up in sighs.
わかりました。面会室でお待ちください。
Oh, thanks for sticking around. Good luck with your Mahjong games. I couldn't get into Mahjong myself since the one time I played I didn't memorize the rules. But that was like 2 years ago. The visitation room is divided by reinforced glass. Dr. Izaki is not on the other side. Apparently Izaki was out and would soon return to prison.
囚人が外出だ
Yeah,
って
it's kind of crazy that they didn't meet midway. How absurd. Despite being a prisoner, Dr. Izaki seems to obtain freedom akin to a normal person. It's not great to be kept waiting in this urgent situation, but there's no use in rushing. If Izaki turns stubborn, that's the end. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passes slowly but quickly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as my impatience reaches its peak. A long-haired, slender girl enters the room. Despite being a prisoner, she walks in with the dignity of a noble. She shows no remorse despite making me wait so long. I face her across the
久
glass.
しぶりだね、ドクター江崎。いや、江崎セレン。
フェーズ5、イオンってことの再開。思ったより遅かったわね。
She doesn't seem surprised at all, despite my sudden appearance. Seren Izaki, commonly known as Dr. Izaki, a genius neuroscientist and my former research partner. Until a few years ago, she served as the deputy director of Yugu. She went to prison after I reported her. I was informed she had died in prison, but she looks perfectly healthy. Okay, I'll be
担
back.
当直入に言う。江崎、今すぐ竜宮に来てくれ。君の力を借りたい。
seems like the bloody nose is gone, so that's good.
嫌よ
どうしても君の力がいる。今こ
嫌よ
This is what it means to be stonewalled.
君のことだ。すでに状況は理解しているんだろう。
教祖様の死については聞き及んでいるわ
Dude, who doesn't know about the death of the founder of
私
this
の技
raid?
術で何らかのデータを教祖様の脳から引き出したいのでしょう
I'm also gonna get some water since I feel like that might put me out. Trying to keep it filtering. Gotta stay hydrated.
天才は健在のようだね。
No need for explanations with Izaki. She could deduce the truth from the smallest crumbs of information.
あなたがここに来るということはヤタに異常でも発生したのかし
Yeah,
ら
the sound here is very nice.
脳から取り出したいのは
It does add to the tension. Especially after all we've seen of her. She has immediately killed Ray.
そこまで分かっているなら速やかに協力してくれ。ヤタが止まれば君だって死ぬんだぞ。
協力は無理よだって私はあなたに恩がないもの
Debt.
そう来ると思ったよ。
Izaki's actions are governed by a strict principle of zero debt. If she owes someone something, she repays that debt. If someone owes her, she collects, no exceptions.
もしも協力
却下約束手形は交渉材料にはなり得ないわ
頼む。なんなら御社の誓約書を書いてもいい。警備省と法務省から印をもらって正式な法的効力を持たせるから。
仮にここにアルミニウムがあるとするわね
Izaki begins a sudden
ア
analogy.
ルミニウムさんアルミニウムさん後であなたに水酸化ナトリウムをプレゼントしますからそう約束すればアルミニウムは溶け出すのかしら
It would be busted if it did. That'd be crazy. A silly analogy, but the point is made. If I want to change her stance, I have to offer her something concrete. No promises.
情報が欲しくないか。
Oh, does she just want money?
最新の研究成果を。
私の研究分野にあなたの知見は必要な
なら金をやろう。僕の全財産を今すぐ君に送金する。
Okay, I guess both options wouldn't have mattered.
有り余っているの
David, I can't figure what she wants. What must I offer for her to cooperate? I don't know. I hardly know anything about Zaki. We were research partners, but not very close. Think. What does Sarah and Izaki desire? How can I break through? I felt like I was praying. Me, who hasn't had an ounce of faith, was desperate for some revelation to get us out of this predicament. What should I do, Founder? Tell me. Blessed be the Shooten Order. Oh, fuck. Okay. Sarah Nizaki lived a life of glory. Since childhood, she's been a multi-talented prodigy, especially gifted in science. Her genius was renowned throughout Shuten. In time, a brilliant child was scouted by Teko Yon, the all-knowing prodigy himself. Her post, Ryugu, the largest biolab in history, where she was made vice director. There, with her genius, she developed a nerve chip. Okay, this is all told before. A device constraining the mind of an animal and swapping it with a different one. This groundbreaking invention reinforced her position in the world of science. Her fame rose to unparalleled heights. However, one day it all came crashing down. Saren was arrested and put to jail. In a single night, she lost everything. Saren found herself in prison. She was kept in isolation, bound in chains, treated as a slave would be in the distant past.
おい、あの江崎ってやつ、一体何したんだよ。
あいつ有名な天才科学者だろ。なんでこんなところにいるんだよ。
幹部のイオンってこと対立したらしいぜ。
政治的に負けたってことか。
いや、終点教師
The worst crime involved in the history of Shuden. Being born with God's gifts. All the other prisoners wondered what had happened. What kind of crime had Saren Izaki committed? But they couldn't find the answer.
おい、お前、直接聞いてこい。一体な。
バカ言うな。あいつに近づいたらどうなるか お前だって知ってんだろ。
Any contact with Seren Izaki was strictly prohibited. If anyone got close to her isolation cell, they would be shot without warning the moment they took one step too far.
そんなに危ないやつならとっとと殺しちまえばいいじゃねえか。なんで看守の連中は薬漬けにしてまであいつを生かしてんだよ。
バッカ、あいつは腐っても元科学省の幹部だぞ。殺したりしたら科学省に目をつけられるかもしれねえだろ。
厄介でも生かしておくしかねえってことか。
Why couldn't they just fake her death? Seren was being kept in a catatonic state between life and death like a plant, but she was pretty optimistic still.
1848万9600
Seren kept an accurate record of seconds of her imprisonment, approximately 7 months.
残り約
She even knew how much time she had until the end of her life. No matter how drugged she was, she could survive here only about a half a year longer. Bereft of a chance to show her talent, she was intended to end her short life. However, she wasn't grieving over her current condition. Counting seconds was all she was able to do, and so she did. But that was it. Okay, but how do you do that when you're asleep? Day after day, Seren kept counting. And one night, exactly a year after her imprisonment, a sign of change appeared in her solitary cell.
2851万2010
なあ、私の脱獄を手伝ってくれねえか。頼むよ。あんた天才なんだろ。知恵を貸してくれよ。
Seren Izaki was a famous genius. She might be helpful during the prison break. This woman sneaked to Seren's cell without being seen by the guards.
フェーズ1囚人の来訪想定
は？
ねえ、あなたはなぜここから出たいの？
どうしてって決まってんだろ。ここにいたら殺されるからだよ。
That was the largest jail in Shuten. The infamous The End. No one's ever left it alive. Primarily, violence and murder were forbidden by the precepts of Shuten Order, but as an exception, the Ministry of Security and such were allowed to use force. The prison guards could do whatever felons they pleased. Death by accident were common.
殺されんなら一か八か脱獄したいんだよ。
わずかな期待にかけるその心理は理解できるわ。私にすがる判断も悪くない。
ああ、どう考えてもあんたしかいねえんだ。頼む、知恵を。
The prisoner was pleading her. However,
いいえ、知恵は貸せないわ。
なんでだよ。
私はあなたに恩がないもの。あなたのために私が動く理由がない。
脱獄に成功したら必ずあんたを助けに戻る。
約束手形は交渉材料になり得ない。未来を担保するのではなく、今この
そんなこと言わ
あるじゃない。生きとし生ける者にとって最も重い価値を持つものが。
重い価値。
the prisoner lifted her head, but she never came to the answer. Oh. A dry sound echoed through the prison. Blood gushed out of the convict's chest. She fell face down, never to move again.
人目を盗んで独房に近づくとはな。手間かけさせんじゃねえよ、カスが。
The guard spat on the dead woman's body and stopped on him with disdain. The corner of his lips were curled up in a sadistic smile.
おい江崎、他の囚人に妙な知恵吹き込んだりするんじゃねえぞ。
The prison guard warned Seren through the iron railing.
天才とはいえその状態じゃ何も。
返しなさい。
あ？返す？
あなた今この囚人から命を奪ったでしょ。単純な貸し借りも理解できない。
When you take something, you need to offer something of the same value. It is Seren's creed to keep everything in equilibrium. Why the fuck would he do this? Just beat up the prisoner? The enraged guard opened the cell's lock and entered. His clenched fist rose. I mean, I guess he's just a bully, right? With this, the prison guard, satisfied with his result, and Seren left. Having lost the last of her dignity, the girl lay on the floor like an old rag. Then,
その分奪い返したから イーブンパーね。
Between Saren's toes was a small tablet. Chef swiftly snatched the device that was dangling at the guard's hip.
でも足で操作するのはお行儀が悪いわね。
She strained her muscles a bit and broke the chain shackling in her hands. She didn't have monster strength. Using her mouth, she systematically separated salt. Containing in the IV drug, she had spat it on the chains every day. Continuously exposed to salty water, the iron weakened. This is called deliquescence. Sure. First, Saren accessed footage from surveillance cameras in the building. Then she started investigating the building supplies.
名は今時の監獄って何でもあるのね。ありがとう。あなたのおかげで私、自由の身になることができそうよ。
Yeah, the prison. I guess the moral of the story is that the warden's a dick. He spoke to the silent corpse, but she wasn't
私
satisfied.
に自由をくれたあなたには最高の恩返しをしなくてはならないわ。お礼にここから解放してあげるから。一人残らず全員ね。
This day, the most notorious criminal in history of Shuden silently escaped from jail. She had escaped to finish the job she had left outside the bars of her cell. And then we go to Control and Revolt. Well, I sure hope that lives to the hype. I feel like, I don't know. I always thought that she was going to be part of the... Shit, I forgot what they were called, but the heretic group.
なんか面白いことつまんねえからつい手が滑っちゃったぜ。うわ、お前ら今月何人やったよ。
Damn, these guys are truly dicks, huh?
俺8人。
I guess religiously they're like treating them as subhumans. Though in a way they have made themselves gain the moral high grounds.
お前が一番やってんじゃねえか。
Because the guards were enjoying their liquor during their day shift. They always like talk about recently killed people. What the fuck? I feel like... I mean, I guess this just means Manji wasn't doing a good job. Violence is a serious crime, but in a way of exception, the Ministry of Security and such were allowed to use force.
最近打ち足りねえな。お、後でハント行く？
いいね、全員で勝負しようぜ。
囚人番号がそのままポイント数ね。
Power deprived them of their morals long ago. Murder was but a pastime for them. Yeah, it makes sense that they're assholes. But like, they had to get to this point, you know? I guess because of the flaw of Shuten being a religious state. Well, all guards to arms.
囚人どもが放棄？
あいつらがどうやって戦うんだよ。
大キルでも振り回してんじゃねえの？
Even the sound of the alarm couldn't sober them up. This rebellion must be a trivial thing anyways. They put up their guard. By this point, they were still calm.
あいつらがどこで銃を手に入れたか知らねえけど、どうせ安物の骨董品だろ。
ああ、俺たちの装備は最新式だぜ。
俺らをおちょくる生意気な獲物に教えてやんねえとな。
Their pride as the hunters gave them courage. They could suppress the revolt in no time. The windows above their heads broke and in flew a missile-like object.
破片が目に。
くそ、なんなんだよ。
Missiles kept flying in. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. They couldn't fire back.
なんだこりゃ。ペットボトル。
Upon examining the missiles, they realized they were just plastic bottles.
ゴミを投げ込んだっつうことか。なめやがってあいつら。
The fierce prison guards tried to counterattack. As they did, Smoke started billowing out of the bottles.
前が見えねえ。おい、換気扇回せ。
I thought the window was open. I guess it just flooded it so quickly. They were dizzy, then came in shivers and nausea. They couldn't keep their eyes open. Smoke filled the room. And the prison guards lost consciousness. They were subdued in just a few seconds. When they came to, damn, they just have pipe shotguns.
お目覚めのようね。
These guys really are just playing Rust. They are surrounded by cons, aiming their crude guns made of pipes and strings. In the middle of the crowd, there stood the greatest prodigy in the history of Shuden Order.
江崎、お前どうやって鎖を解き上がった？
砕いたの。科学の力で。懲戒ってご存知？
銃はどうした？どうやって手に入れた？
作ったの。材料はそこら中に転がっていたから。
嘘だ。銃なんて作れ
I
る
mean,
は
there's
ず
no
が
way you could just make a gun. It's just pipe.
みんな、銃の威力をお見せして。せーの、3、はい。
I feel like those shotguns should all just be able to fire once only, right? Okay, the prisoners fired their arms at once. It sounded like a signal. Those vicious inmates were following Shuten's Seren's orders like loyal dogs.
銃がどうして勢いよく弾丸を発射できるかわかる？雷管内部の火薬が燃焼を開始すると、薬剤保管庫にクエン酸があったから使わせてもらったわ。イグニそうそう。あなた資材倉庫にニッケルがあったから CO と触れさせて。
Seren explained the construction of her weapons like a school teacher. Prison guard gasped. They had severe regrets. They should have killed this monster. She used to be so close with the leader of the Ministry of Science. Had they gotten rid of her, they could have fallen in disgrace with the Ministry. They kept her alive for political reasons, but it seems like that was a serious mistake.
江崎。
Man asked, trying to sound brave.
聞きたいのはこちらの方よ。なぜあなたたちは私たちに暴力を振るうのかしら。ね。
それが私たちの仕事だからだ。貴様らは
確かに私たち犯罪者は抑圧されてしかるべしよね。国家の法を犯したのだから。
そうだ。
でもね、あなたたちは奪いすぎなの。かつて罪人は殺されて当然だったわ。捕らえられた罪人は広場に連れ出され、囚人監視の
Seren
中
suddenly started telling a story, like a professor at the podium.
近代以降、処刑は徐々に姿を消して、すなわち監獄よ。犯罪者は自由を差し出すことで監獄内で生きる権利を手に入れた。なのにあなたたちは自由と命、2つのものを私たちから奪い取っているの。これは明らか返してもらう
Oh
わ。
shit, she was still talking.
私たちから奪いすぎた分を。
私たちをどうするつもりだ？
命だけは助けてあげる。私たちが自由であると。
自由になりたいのなら勝手に脱獄しろ。
いいえ、手続きは大切よ。あなたの口から宣誓していただかないと私たちの魂が真に解放されることはない。さあ、言いなさい。
Does this even matter? Declare freedom for all the
私たち
convicts
囚
here?
人の自由を宣誓するの。
Does it matter because it's her as a robot? They're all robots? Or is it just like as a power play? I want her to be your teacher. Yeah, she has a very calm way of talking. The voice is very calm, I'd say. That is nice. And so he pronounced the criminals free people. There could be no greater humiliation for the prison warden, but he had no choice.
お前らは自由。
I mean, that doesn't declare them as free, though, unless they're all robots. His declaration took the prisoners' breath away. They couldn't believe the scene they just played in front of their eyes. The abused felons fought the warden and himself into submission.
よくできました。フェーズ2革命はこれをもって完了よ。さあみんな勝ち時をあげましょう。
Give me a shout of victory. That's funny. At Saren's signal, the room exploded with joyful shouts from the convicts.
マジかよ、信じらんねえ。
監獄を陥落させちまったぜ、私たち。
自由だ。
早く出ようぜ。いや待て、その前に。
セレンさん。
ありがとう。
あんたは。
なあ、次は
A new belief began to sprout. The masked girl brought them salvation. She was their messiah. Anything would go well should they follow her. If she led the way, they suddenly...
動くな。
The fuck? Their happiness was brief. The prisoners were surrounded by corpses that had suddenly raided the facility. Okay, this is probably part of her plan as well. They giveth and they taketh. Oh, this is another part. November, 4 years ago.
動くな。すでに包囲は完了している。囚人は両手を上げて身を捨てろ。さもなくば撃つ。
It was the Ministry of Security. They had the strongest army corps at their disposal to protect order in Shuden.
警備所。
やべえよ、殺される。
Why did they come here? The convicts were confused. Saren said they didn't come to the prison at all.
監獄は警備省の下部組織でありながら、監獄は決して警備省を頼らないし、警備省も監獄を助けない。
Still, they were here. Could Saren Izaki be wrong? The prisoners were shaken.
どうすれば。
Still, they had no choice but to follow her. Everything would be alright. Saren was a genius after all. She could surely overturn even such a hopeless situation. But then, something rather unusual happened.
お久しぶりです、江崎博士。囚人放棄の通報、心より感謝いたします。
いいえ、こちらこそありがとう。最高のタイミングだった。
Yeah, figured she's also... I mean, if she give it, then she has to take it. So, or if she take it, she also has to give. So in return for their effort, she has to give them something. So let's see what they give. Their leader was talking to a man who seemed to be the ministry's officer.
はい。これが約束の品よ。監獄がロンダリングに使っているフロント企業と隠し口座の一覧。
おお、これは。まったく嘆かわしい。極超閣下、いけませんな。終天教の正義の守り手がまさ
This
か。
guy's got a pretty nice voice too.
なんだ貴様、出て行け。ここは監獄だぞ。
おや、そのような態度をとってよろしいのですか。このリストが明るみに出ても。
脅すつもりか。
いいえ、これは単なる忠告です。下部組織は下部組織らしく、我らに態度次第では私のところでこの資料を握りつぶし。
They thought that the ministry would take control, but it didn't look like
セ
it.
レンさん、これは。
警備省の知り合いに頼まれたの。監獄の不正の証拠を掴んでほしいって。でもさすがに監獄の警備は厳重ね。騒ぎを起こし警備に隙を作る必要があったの。そう、
私たちを焚きつけたってわけかよ。
Prisoners became acutely aware of Saren's ulterior motive. She gave them weapons to rebel with and used the commotion to sneak into the archives. And she secured only her own safety.
あんた、俺たちを利用したのか。
利用した。そのような見方もできなくはないわ。自称は。
They moved to grab Saren, but they were stopped just in time. The army's guns were aimed right at them. Resistance would be pointless. If they wanted to live, all they could do was raise their hands. Their brief dream had ended. The prisoners were taken back to the cells. The sounds of locking cell doors echoed throughout the building.
畜生、もう少しだったのによ。
なあ、俺たちこれからどうなんだ。
決まってんだろ。処刑だよ。
The prisoners pondered quietly in their locked cells. With their shoulders slumped, they could only wait for death. Death on its own wouldn't even be that bad, but something worse could happen. It was too much.
見事に利用されちまったな。俺
最初からおかしいと思ってたんだよ。俺はどうせ殺されんな。
道連れなんて無理に決まってんだろ。あいつ今
いいえ、私はどこにも行かないわ。
They looked up to see Saren in front of their cells.
なんだよ。俺たちを笑いに来たのか。
この
処刑されたら
どんな手使ってもお前だけは。
Although just moments ago they proclaimed her a messiah, she was now their devil. She didn't even frown.
牢屋越しに話していても仕方がないわ。まずは。
はあ
She produced a ring of keys from her pocket. Surely the prison guards just had them. Saren opened the cells of the dumbfounded prisoners, one after another. She didn't look down on them. She was completely unfazed. The released prisoners stared at her in a daze.
なあ、あんた一体何なんだよ。
なんだ。
私たちのこと
あなたたちが私に見当違いの期待をしていただけよ。私にどうして欲しかったの？
そりゃもちろん俺たちを脱獄。
もしもあなたたちが監獄の外に逃げていたら、警備省から追っ手がかかってすぐに殺。
いや、
だいたい外に出てどうするつもりだったの？仕事は？住む場所は？
They were focused on breaking free so badly, the thought hadn't even crossed her mind.
過度な自由は身を滅ぼすわ。奪いすぎてはいけないの。これは説。
でもよ、監獄にいたってどうせ殺されるじゃねえか。だったら。
いいえ。今後、あなたたちが監獄内で不当に殺されることはなくなる。
Man, her having that X over her right eye must suck. Like, how can you see anything, like, well? You already have a black eye on the left side. Like a black visor or something.
お金を稼いで立場を得れば、あなたたちが不当に虐げられることはなくなるわ。
On the prison wall, she projected a plan of a business venture.
起業をスタートしましょう。
She envisioned a temp employment agency. The prisoners would be sent to plants and such to work as laborers or drivers. If they paid their wages to the prison or the ministry, they wouldn't be killed anymore. However,
稼げるやつが犯罪者になるわけねえだろ。
学がねえんだ。
ついでにスキルもね。
I have no skills is a crazy thing to
俺
say.
なんて足し算もできないぜ。
I can't even add. That's crazy. They were useless. Such useless scum could never make money. I mean, some of them are heretics too, right? Yeah, Monty also sees with one eye, but like, I don't know. In her case, it's like she probably uses both eyes, but one just has like a different color than the other. Like that has to screw up like your regular vision, right? Like imagine you're wearing glasses and one lens is like gray and the other is just black. It's like a weird sunglass. Where are these? Wait, shit. She took out full face helmets. Why are you giving us those? They were enemies, showing no interest in the headwear.
大体よ。
ああ、いくら金稼ぐためとはいえ、へこへこ頭下げたりなんてできねえよ。
猫なで声で客にこびるとか無理だ。
つうわけだからよ、セレンさん。
働くくらいなら
I'd rather die than work. Oh, that's crazy.
私たちは
We're
俺たちは絶対働かねえからな。
Let's... Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and then watch Work and Pay. Okay, I'm back. Work and pay. Two months later, they started working.
Hi. 先日はどうもごちそうさま。ご制約ですか？すぐに書類を送らせていただきますね。はい。
So she just created labor.
経営者に受注させてください。必ずや期待に応えてご覧に入れます。お願いします。
Let's see.
それじゃあ今日も元気に現場行ってきます。
The conditions in prison changed drastically. The convicts rented a room in prison to have an office. They worked day and night. Typically, a prisoner cannot leave the premises, but they received repentance labor permits, allowing them to go outside. Prison Temp wasn't a typical agency, it was a group of specialized professionals. That's what was written on their homepage. Extra large vehicle driver, unique construction designer, dangerous goods manager. There are only a few such specialists in the world. Prison Temp responded to demand. It developed rapidly, and CEO was...
社長、業績は順調に推移しています。
Okay, so no one in Shooten like cared.
この分なら警備省への上納金は借り入れなしで支払うことが
I guess it makes sense because it's like a Ministry of Science internal play. And like once he got rid of her, she was just like, okay, whatever. Doesn't think about it anymore.
そうなる前に手を打つの。警備省の OB をトラブルシューターとして雇い入れておきましょう。
はい。
それから。
Bribe the Ministry of Trade's commission. That's crazy. Steering the CEO had a talent to sense danger. That's key to the company's rapid growth.
私が見ているのは未来ではなく
Laws.
一つ得れば一つ失う。一つ失えば
That's why. Don't want to lose and you give something in advance.
あらかじめ差し出さなくてはい
So
け
everyone
な
was
い。
very careful about sharing gains, so that they didn't gain too much alone. She didn't want to oppose the laws, otherwise there would be punishment. She knew that from her own experience. But it would be pointless to care only about it. Evil sometimes comes like a catastrophe.
なあ、どう思うよ。どうって決まってんだろ。収監中の犯罪者が会社を起こして大儲け。
ああ、犯罪者が幅利かせるようになったらこの国はおしまいだぜ。
大体あいつらがスペシャリストとしてもてはやされるなんてよ。
What even constitutes a company? They used to be trash, prey.
絶対何かからくりがあるはずだぜ。
They're still drinking on the job. It's not even that bad for them.
騙されてるに決まってるわ。
こりゃ詐欺だぜ。
許せねえよな。
正義のためにあいつらをぶっ潰してやんねえと。
In other words, it was envy. They couldn't bear the thought that people they detested were successful.
あいつらを殺しちまったら高い酒が飲めなくなっちまうんだよな。
Prison guards were getting a lot of donations from the terrorist company. Consequently, the standard of their lives greatly improved. They could buy quality liquor.
どうすりゃいいんだ。
Still, they couldn't bear it. It would be a pity to lose their cash flow, pride, or money. After thinking through, they came to a conclusion. Money. Come on. They want more money.
お前の会社を俺たちに譲渡しろ。
Yeah, I guess. I guess as androids, they probably can't just turn on a setting and be like, "Nope, I'm not getting drunk." Especially if they're androids from the Ministry of Security. That was the conclusion they came to.
会社が欲しいならあげてもいいわ。
Joan agreed to the transfer of the company with surprising ease.
賢明じゃねえか。さすが天才だな。
それじゃあ早速譲渡の契約書にサイン。
それであなたたちは何を差し出すの？
ああ？
当然でしょ。奪うのならその分何かを返さなくてはいけないわ。
もったいぶってんじゃねえよ。どうせ詐欺みたいなやり口で大きくした会社だろ。
詐欺？
No, the hard work of the people is what let it grow.
うちの会社を大きくしたのは囚人
Well,
の
also
真っ当
fraud
な努力。
and bribery.
あの子たちは立派よ。放棄して働いて、それに比べて
They sacrificed their old lives for new
本
ones.
当に何もないのね。
Wait, wait. I wouldn't say they didn't get good jobs. This is a pretty good
省
job.
庁に就職できず、
Working as a prison
仕
guard,
方なく監
getting
獄
drunk.
に勤め、
That seems like a pretty good job. Like, you don't have to worry about the prisoners revolting because they're just
せめて
working.
真面目に働けばいいものを、現実と向き合う勇気がないから、本当にないない尽くし。哀れね。
Everything she said was true. They didn't want to hear it. And the prisoners... Damn, is he really bad at aiming? Or did he actually hit her? Saren had connections with the Ministry of Security. They couldn't get rid of her. Despite knowing that, the man couldn't control himself. Enraged, he shot his gun, and when he calmed down... Saren's body was riddled with bullets. She wasn't breathing. So that's how she got her death, I suppose. And then she probably downloaded her body into someone else. Which makes sense, because they're all androids. Just copy paste.
お前何してんだよ。江崎を殺すのはまずいってあれほど。こいつが悪いんだ。俺をバカにしやがるから。いいから早く逃げるぞ。見つかったらまずい。
Motherfucker, you just fired a gun. Everyone will hear that. The guards dashed out of the room. It's fine, she was a prisoner to begin with. They only killed an inmate. What's the big deal? Okay. They opened the door to see Saren, whose dead body they had left behind.
なんで生きて。
お腹に風穴が開いてしまったわ。ねえ。あなたの撃った銃弾で随分血肉を失ったわ。だから奪ったものは返さなくてはいけないのよ。
The bloody demon raised her hands and drew near. Yeah, I'd be freaked out too. They shot her with bullets thoroughly, so that she'd never come back to life again. They had to kill her for certain. Get rid of that monster right here and now. When they ran out of bullets, they closed the door and stood, breathing heavily. It was fine, she was a monster anyways. They riddled her with bullets, turning her into a pile of destroyed flesh. They did the right thing. They exterminated a monster and regained the peace it shoot in.
ねえ、返して。
They just massacred the abomination. How could she still be alive?
奪ったら返さなくてはいけないのよ。
She took a step closer. I'm curious about how she did this. Like, how does she become immortal? Because it can't be the power of regeneration. We know she has the power of God. The clips are already empty.
返して。
There's nowhere to run. What do you mean there's nowhere to run? It's a prison. There's an exit. Okay, so it's just all VR.
やはりよからぬことを企んでいたのね。強欲。
早めに捕まえといて正解でしたね。
捕まえたっつうか。こいつらが勝手に酔いつぶれてたんだけどな。
社長、このバカどもどうします？
酒瓶を抱かせてゴミ捨て場に置いておきなさい。
Yes, madam. Screaming guards were taken out of the room in silence. This was there in the laboratory. In the center was a high-spec computer. It was surrounded by beds. A helmet lay beside each pillow.
それでは梅雨払いも済んだことだし、私たちも行きましょう。
Saren put on her helmet and lay down on her bed.
交際認証オン天皇空間草薙にようこそいらっしゃいました。ご来訪を 心より歓迎いたします。
No, you choose the school. Saren, who was lying in bed a moment, disappeared into a different dimension.
でも美しいですね。私たちの学びや電脳。
Oh, to train the employees, they made a school.
物理演算も正常に作用しているようね。
ええ、まさにリアルそのも
Okay,
の
that
か
makes
と。
sense. Here's a different world created by Saren. Long ago, this technology used to be called VR or full dive. The prisoners' minds were converted into avatars. As for what they were doing,
皆学びに精を出しているようですね。
this whole space was the vocational school for the convicts. The AI course that Saren made from scratch gave them knowledge and skills needed to work. Yeah, at least it's not Hope's Peak Academy. I think it's the opposite of Hope's Peak, actually. Well, kind of the opposite. Because everyone going there, like, sucks ass. They don't have no skills, can't read, can't write, can't do anything.
草薙はまさに理想的
While
な
Hope's
職業
Peak is like the
だと言え
peak
ま
of
しょう。
humanity.
最高の指導。
Although I guess like Hope's Peak also has the regular school, like, you know,
何より
where all the non-ultimates go,
ここにはリア
or
ルの約
non-super high school
10倍
level
の時間
people
があ
are,
るのですから。
depending on which language you're looking at. 10 times as much time as in the real world? The flow of time was different. You could spend 10 days here while only one passed in the real world. In this place, prisoners would undergo training to improve their skills. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like 1 month would be 10 months, and that's enough time to become experienced in a trade, I think. Or at least learn the basics of a trade. But even in such a perfect environment, not everything was going smoothly. But why are they fighting? Prisoners started beginning arguing. Lucia's secretary desperately tried to stop them, but to no avail. Instead, they got more heated.
おい、リアルに出ろ。てめえだけはぶっ殺してやる。
I guess they are still prisoners.
スパナで頭かち割ってやるよ。
The prisoners were violent folk. Fistfights and quarrels were an everyday occurrence. For a while, nope, spelling mistake. For a while, the fights became more brutal, and business plans experienced a setback. However, help came from the least expected place.
こら！先生方に迷惑かけてんじゃねえぞてめえら！
Suddenly, a motorcycle gang appeared before them. The flag said disciplinary committee. They surround the men in no time.
俺たちクズを導いてくださる先生方をこれ以上やるってんなら剣
Coup? That's coup?
俺たちちょっとふざけてただけで。
Are you shitting anything? Not worried. Zaki's Peak Academy makes you ultimate. That's so true. That's coup though? What the fuck?
けどな、場所は選べ、筋は通せ。俺たちクズにチャンスを与えてくれ
Okay.
る先生方への恩を
He looks a lot taller than I expected.
はい。
Yeah, that seriously is just Mondo.
ちゃんと勉強しますから。
自称風紀委員会。我々も彼らに助けられていますし。
そうね。彼らはいわば必要悪。
Fights were frequent in the newly established Kusanagi. This disciplinary committee was there to maintain order. That's pretty cool. And Kuotsuki was the leader. He was a charismatic boy, known for his ability to keep peace at the end. When he got angry, no one was able to utter a word of objection, except for one person. Look how tall he is! He's fucking massive!
江崎博士、お疲れっす。
Goose sat up straight the moment Saren spoke to him.
あなた、見かけるたびに柄が
Oh,
悪くな
your
るの。
avatar changed.
また勝手に暴って
これはそのちょっとした改造で。
ダメじゃない。アバターの無断改装は高速で禁止されているはずでしょ。
いや、俺元の体がヘナチョコだからアバターで持っとかないと舐められんだよ。
言い訳は後で聞くわ。校長室に来なさい。
Okay, that makes sense.
お説教よ。
Digital world, digital avatar.
俺
これからメンバーと巡回に。
さあ早く。
Saren took him with her. She held his hand in front of everyone, causing the boy to blush.
いつも暑いね。羨ましいぜ。
母さんお幸せに。
うっせえてめえら、見せ物じゃねえ。
They had been gossiping Kusanagi lately about the prodigy girl Saren Izaki and the hooligan boy Ku Otsuki. Could they be an item?
勘弁してくれよ、江崎博士。
I mean, it objectively is a good avatar choice.
チームのリーダーなんだぜ。
But like,
に連れてかれたら下の門に示しってもんが。
I didn't think they were able to do that at first.
あなたが校則に違反するのが悪いのよ。もう少しおとなしくなさい。
But that has to fuck with his brain, right? Because imagine spending like 10 times. Like if you spend 1 hour in here, which everyone has to do, right? At least. Like that's 10 hours in the real world. Like imagine you just
心臓の調子だって。
you spend more time in the fake body than your actual body.
いや、それは確かにそうだけどよ。
In the real world, Ku has been hospitalized with a severe heart condition. He was making full dives through this world straight from his hospital bed.
精神と肉体は密接に結びついてる。あまり興奮しないようにしないと。
だから心配いらねえって。いや、ここで元気にしてりゃ、リアルの病も必ず治る。
Yeah, good avatar choice. I feel better in reality if I feel good here.
医療は科学よ。プラセボで重病が治るわけないでしょ。
いや、でもよ、じっとしてる方が俺の体には毒なんだよ。気が流行って心拍数が跳ね上がるぜ。なあ、畜生。俺も早く心臓直して仕事に出て。
He was always like this. When he wasn't asleep, he used all his time searching for something to do.
どうしてあなたはそんなにも落ち着きがないのかしら。
決まってんだろ。俺に落ち着く、俺に穏やかな時間なんてあっていいわけがねえんだ。江崎博士だって知ってんだろ。俺は人殺しだぜ。
Ku deeply regretted the hit and run he committed in the past. He wanted to help others as a way to repent, but due to his illness, he couldn't work in the real world. That frustration led to extreme and reckless actions. His way of thinking and behaving were hard to understand for normal people. That's exactly why he was so fascinated. Saren liked him. He was obviously a true outlaw, raised in the streets. He had nothing. Oh, press space one more time. He was motivated, but he didn't have any special skills. Still, the prisoners followed him. Why was he so popular? Saren didn't know the law of the streets, and if she didn't know something, it meant that she had to research it.
クー君は罪の償いをしたいのよね。
ああ、そのためなら何だってする。
だったら私の研究に協力なさい。科学への貢献は立派な善行だから。さあ、またあれ
She
を
took
や
Ku
る
to her desk. What the fuck did they do?
大月クー。
ストリートキッズだ。
大月クー。
ひき逃げ犯。女を殺した最低のクズだ。
大月クー。
俺は捨て子だ。母さんは俺と同じ心臓の病気で死んで、残された俺は。
大月クー。
Every time Saren brought Ku to her office, she asked him this question like a ritual. Asked thousands of questions, conducted psychological tests, made him draw and play chess. She was staring into the flowchart depicting his thought pattern.
大月クー。身内への強い路上に放り出された過去の自分を救済しようとしているのかしら。
Thanks to her research, Saren was almost able to understand his way of thinking. The flowchart was almost done. Almost. It's not yet 100%. There's one piece left.
クー君はどうして
Who am I? Imagine if you just gave really bad answers. Yeah, I'm just a guy. Yeah, I'm just him. Yeah, I'm Ku. Who are you, Ku? I'm Ku. It's kind of psychotic, though. Why did he leave the woman he hit with the motorcycle to die? I mean, people also change as humans, right? So, like, every single time you ask that question, it's kind of a different version of him, too. Assuming you do it every day. Ku Otsuki, a homeless street kid. His father had vanished before Ku was born. His mother raised him on her own, but she died from heart disease when he was little. The devastated boy had been handed from one relative to the next and abandoned in the end. He was alone. In order to survive, he joined the street kids. Together, they committed petty theft using cars and motorcycles. The self-taught drivers raced together through town. He had earned his comrades' trust. Eventually, he became their leader. He came from nothing, but had found a new family. That family is more important than anything else. Thanks to her research, Saren understood Ku's past well, but it was not yet 100%. There's one thing left out that she didn't know about him.
Ku-kun, そろそろ話してくれないかしら。あなたがひき逃げをした時の心境を。
だから何度も話したじゃねえか。もしもリーダーの俺が捕まったら家族が路頭に迷うかもしれねえだろ。逃げなきゃダメだ。
He didn't seem to be blind, but she had come to this conclusion. That's a lie. That's a lie. According to the ministry report, the victim had still been breathing when he ran. She could have been saved had he called an ambulance. I mean, he could have just fucked it up, you know? Like, you're panicking. You just go over there and you're just like, shit, she's dead. If he's been so despicable, he wouldn't have been so popular. The members of the disciplinary committee would follow him anywhere. They loved him dearly. It was his mom. Oh shit, it had to have been his mom. She was impatient to know. Why was he so obstinate? When she, the real genius, had asked him so many times. This is the closest we're going to get to the romance route, aren't we? Ku flushed a dark red when Saren pushed him down. Not minding the jeers, Saren kept her cool. She wanted to know. She wanted to understand everything. Ku took his chance and fled. He's always like this. The more she tried to get closer to him, the more he would run. The last 1% remained unfilled. How could she make him talk about his past? What should she? She whispered in an office. If she had such a device, she could go back in time to absorb Ku's life. Her secretary, having overheard, repeated this while tilting her head. Heretics invented a machine that... Heretic scientists had built a machine capable of reversing time. That has been gossiped in the shooting order some years ago. But it's impossible. If it really did exist, so did the possibility of going back in time to fix old mistakes. One can't go back to the past. Just then. A thought flashed in Saren's mind. She had figured out how to get closer to Ku. From that day, Saren shut herself in the lab writing a program. Yeah, I completed security and health, so I'm just playing science now. After this, I'll probably go through justice and then education last. Since you recommended education, so I'll do it last. Since, you want to save the best for last, right? You had no reason to hurry. His body was ravaged by the disease. He could die at any moment. According to the doctors, there was nothing else that could be done for him. She wanted to study the nature of Ku Otsuki before he perished and make him live forever. Okay. You like the kid. Hmm? Who was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That day, he made a full dive. Justice is good too. I feel like Justice is the one that they want you to play first, so it better be good. Because, like, everything points to the Ministry of Justice being the most suspicious, right? So when you think, oh, who committed the crime? It's literally the guy who found the body first, so you should do Justice. But he was in a completely different world. Where was he? The townscape of Shuden that he was so familiar with, and this street and that one too. He knew them all. No, she's going to make him relive it. He would often run through them with his comrades. He turned in the direction of the voice to see Saren, and... I feel like you could probably just search up the model. Who instinctively clung to the vehicle. He wanted to apologize to it. In reality, he disposed of it a long time ago. Because of that accident. Oh, science is the best. Education has nice games overs. That's good too. Everything's good and probably good in its own way, so I don't think it matters, especially since it's probably the true end, right? If there's a true end, they gotta nail it. It's like playing the 100 line. You gotta go through every single route anyways. Some are going to be better than others, and that's fine. Saren sat on the bike and extended her hand to the boy. Was it okay to take her hand? He was soiled with crime. He had no right to ride his beloved bike. But he couldn't resist and climbed onto the motorcycle. He'd have already forgotten about this town and the bike, but with the two of them right before his eyes, there's no way he'd pass up on a ride. Also, mentally, like, he's got to be old now, right? Spent so much time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Okay, Justice Lasts might also be a good idea. I'll think about it more when I get that decision. He rode through the city of Shuden, the main street, back alleys. He rode the same speed as he used to in the past. The town was silent, but Ku could hear many voices. The angry voice of a street vendor. The siren of a police car. The voice of his comrades riding along with him. With every voice, his heart grew closer to the past. The past he tried to forget, that now so vividly surrounded him. The environment was the key. Saren clung to his back, sensing how he felt. If she wanted to research his past, all she needed to do was take him there. In order to demonstrate that theory, Saren recreated the town from his past within Kusanagi. With this, he was bound to tell her. Now that they shared his past, it was the same as if they'd been friends all along. Secrecy was pointless. Saren was surprised at his sudden inquiry. Oh fuck. I just wanted to see how much time I put in this game because I was curious. I feel like each route takes like 6 hours, 4 hours. She was right. If she wanted him to speak, she should have offered her past first. So she decided to tell him why she was here. What crimes led her into those chains? The power of God. He took it as a sign of betrayal. Okay, bit of a spoiler. Spoiler warning.
そいつの名前は俺でも聞いたことがある。
ええ、彼の才は私以上よ。それに慶願も合わせ持つ。自称研究者に過ぎなかった私の才を彼だけは見
I
抜い
spent
てくれ
50
た。
hours on this game? That's crazy. No, actually, that's not too
史
crazy.
上最大の研究所
I was just thinking that this
竜宮の
probably
副
wasn't
所
that
長
big
に
of a
任命
game.
してくれたの
Because
よ。
I feel like they would have done more. Okay, I spent 20 hours so far, so yeah, 58 hours does seem about right. How much did I spend on 100 line? 131. A bit more than 1 hour per route. Seren's life changed since Teko Eon made his surprising choice. Her talent fully blossomed. Oh. It was all thanks to his choice. Everyone hailed her as she rose to prominence with sheer intellect, a genius of the era. But she wasn't happy. When she was in Ryukyu, she'd always been worried
こんな大き
about
な恩
repaying that tremendous debt.
どうやって返せばいい
Teko Eon gave her everything she had. She needed to return the favor, but it was too huge. What could she do? How could she? Finally, she reached a conclusion.
私ね、彼の夢を叶えてあげることにしたの。
イオンテコの
彼ね、地球に生命を復活させようとしていたのよ。星を命で満たしたいんですって。
できんのかよ、そんなこと。地球はもう死の星なんじゃなかったの。
理論上は死の星でも生き抜けるだけの強さを持った生物を生み出せばいいだけの話だから。
For that sake, she tried forcing the creatures to adapt. She made organisms on land stronger. I feel like that isn't the issue, though. It's probably the oxygen, right? She made organisms in the sea stronger. She resurrected the dinosaurs and made them stronger. Like,
いいえ、案外簡単だったわ。
oh, okay, so the
最高のコンピュー
brain.
ターが演算を肩代わりしてくれたから。
途方もねえな、天才って。
The brain provided the calculations.
ないんじゃねえか。
いいえ、そうでもないわ。どんな天才にも限界はあるの。例えば
Teko Eon and Seren Nizaki. The project to bring things back to life was going smoothly. Everyone thought so. They believed those two could actually succeed. But then, their research failed at the very last stage.
私たちは強い繁殖能力を取り戻すことには失敗したわ。
Without the ability to reproduce, Earth was currently in the sixth extinction. There was hardly any life outside Shuden. The main cause of the extinction was the loss of the ability to reproduce. This applied to plants, animals, and humans. Spend 182 hours. Shuden Order was worth it. Yeah. Dude, I thought Shuden Order would be a bit more popular. The one advertisement I saw for it was pretty good. Also in the 100 lines case, it is just objectively bloated. Like, there's too many lines. There's too many endings. Like, the ending quality varies too much. Like, you spend so much effort on some routes, and they're not that good. And the cause remained unknown. Even prodigies such as Teko Eon and Seren Nizaki couldn't solve the riddle. Like,
私は彼に
advised him
プ
to
ロ
halt
ジ
the
ェクトの中
project.
止
Oh,
を
wait,
進め
shit.
繁殖能力を取り戻せないのであれば地球を生命で満たすのは不可能だって。でも彼は決して諦めようとしなかった。
Teko was obsessed with making his dream come true.
究極の
The ultimate life form. Still,
繁殖能力を取り戻した生命。究極進化
okay, that's what you call the ultimate life form, an organism capable of reproduction. A living being able to reproduce. Strength lies in numbers. If there were enough living creatures, they wouldn't go extinct easily. But that was just an abstract theory. Seren wanted to make Teko's dream come true, but it was absolutely impossible to achieve. She found herself stuck between loyalty and reality. She made up her mind.
私ね、別の世界で彼の夢を叶えてあげることにしたの。
別の世界。
One day, while Teko was asleep, Seren slipped a helmet on his head. When she did, he was taken away to a new world constructed in the electronic sea. It was just covered in the vast nature, just like the old world. It seemed like paradise.
地球を再生する必要なんてないの。みんなでこの電脳世界に移り住めばいいのよ。
With this, Saren extended her hand to Teko. This should be enough to pay back her debt, but
ふざけるな。こんなまがいものでは約束を果たしたことにならない。
he rejected her.
イオンテコは
I mean, that objectively is not the goal, yeah.
地球を生命で満たす。ええ。彼はあくまで星の復活にこだわっていたわ。
Why is that not
天
fitting a
才らしくも
prodigy?
ない干渉ね。
干渉っつうかロマンだな。
Oh, the promise part.
約束に準じる
Yeah, that makes sense.
見上げた根性じゃねえか。
ロマンを追い求めるのはいいけれど、見ていられなかったわ。才能を浪費する天才の姿なんて。
Saren tried to convince him to abandon the project and pivot into bringing Shuden into the cyberspace. She was determined to not let Teko Eon's gift go to waste. As a result, oh, he just that was the reason.
江崎セレン、お前を国家転覆罪で逮捕。
国家転覆罪ってなんでだよ。
いいえ。私の思想は悪いこと
Sorry, my friend sending me Discord messages.
地球に再び生命を定着させ、万物の霊長としての責務を果たす。
Restoring life was one of the great goals of the Shuden Order, and I denied it.
終点鏡の大目標の一つ。私は一階の科学者の分際で、
She
そ
did
の
not
目
resist
標を否
arrest.
定したのだから。
It's obvious for those who violate the law to go to jail.
残念だよ、ドクター江崎。まさか君を切り捨てることになるとはね。
It's Teko Eon who reported her to the Ministry of Security. Pinned to the floor, Saren was in shock. How could Teko abandon her? At the same time, she knew that was only natural. She and Teko were incapable of forming a non-transactional relationship. If interest is still in line, it's normal to be disposed of.
だからね、クー君。私。
俺が羨ましい。いや、俺みてえな重病人のチンピラ風情に羨むような。
だから、それ。
それ？
あなたには何もないのに、いつだって仲間たちに囲まれ
Yeah,
てい
he's
るでしょ。
exceptional popular because he looks like
並大抵で
that.
はない人望よ。
Looks like that in
そ
the
れは
digital
利害を
world.
超越したハートとハートの関係なの。
If only she could understand Kuutsuki perfectly. Maybe something like emotion would grow into her hollow heart too. For
だ
that
か
sake,
らこそ気になるの。ひき逃げなんて起こしたのか。
Ku refrained from answering immediately and fell silent. Then, he stopped in the middle of the road, in the exact spot where the accident occurred. Okay, shit. I didn't think it'd be this long. But it keeps surprising me. Like every single time I scroll down, it just goes longer and longer.
見殺しにしてくれって。
That night, Ku was riding his motorcycle down a back alley. Suddenly, a woman jumped out right in front of him. Damn it, he braked immediately, but it was too late. Her body tumbled on the dark road. So it was suicide, basically. He ran over to where she lay. She was coughing blood, but she was still cautious. He was about to put her on the motorcycle, but despite being out of breath, she yelled in a hoarse voice.
死なないと保険金が下りない。
まり保険金目当ての自殺ということ？
ああ、事故で
So she's not even a
保
murderer.
険金が下りるんだとよ。その金で莫大な借金を返そうとしてたんだ。
They wouldn't pay for someone who committed obvious suicide for cash. That's why she was waiting there on a road without cameras for a vehicle that would accidentally hit her.
それでクー君は見殺しにしたのね。見知らぬ女の希望通りに。
Like literally not his fault.
あ
あ、That's about it.
そういうことになるな。
でもなぜ自分の人生を棒に振ってまで他人の希望を叶える義理はないでしょ。
女には子供がいるらしいんだよ。しかも母一人子一人の母子家庭らしい。子供がいんならあんたはなおさら生きなきゃダメだ。
ダメ。お金が
Yeah, children are expensive. It's like $1 million, I think.
金なんかあったって。
Like, I think that's the cost of having a child. I might be wrong. Like, $1 million seems like a lot. I guess it also depends on where you're born. I'm talking about, like, US, California. Problem with 100 line is the last ending game mechanic. Tactical JRPG battle is... Oh yeah, that is also true. A lot of things in the 100 line become repetitive. Like, they need more mini games. Like, specifically for each route. Collecting stuff in the city wasn't even faster for me. It just took so long. Because if you do the auto collect, it doesn't get what you need. It only gets it out at like 100. Yeah, free times are also kind of useless. Also, some of the routes, like, what's it called? What's it called? Oh, Endless Battle Route. Like, that feels like it should lead to something. Because he time travels back to the past, right? Like, he restarts. So, or, like, he travels to another world. I feel like there should be more interactions. Like, a lot of them just have dead ends. Just, like, not enough time worked into them. When her blood hits his face, a memory pops up in Ku's mind. Oh, he thinks of his mother.
ごめんね。何も買ってあげられなくて。ごめんね。
Yeah, also they should have gave us underwear for getting maxed out friend things. Relationships. Because she made her son live a life of poverty.
ごめんね。何も残してあげられなくて。
She died with an apology on her lips. She wanted to leave her son in peace, but she didn't want him to live a poor life. She shared the same wish with this woman. The sight of this woman and the last memory of his mother overlapped. And then he just did a hit and run and killed a woman. Before he knew it, he was already on his motorcycle, leaving the woman behind. He wanted to get as far as possible from that place before he changed his mind. A hit and run was a serious crime. Still, he couldn't bring himself to interfere. She did that hoping for her child's happiness.
でもよ、逃げほっとしてたんだよ。
He was relieved that he managed to escape. He felt somewhere deep in his heart.
魔が差すことは誰にでもあるわ。でも、それが本性というわけではないでしょ。
いや、俺は結局保身のためにあいつを見殺しにしたんだ。こんな俺じゃ。
I mean, you didn't let her die to protect yourself. If you wanted to protect yourself, you just take her to the hospital. He had killed someone. He couldn't return to his street family until he washed the blood of his crimes. Wait, until he washed the blood off his hands. I'm sorry. I killed a person. I killed a woman. When the Ministry of Security arrested him, Ku didn't resist. He killed a person. It was only natural for him to face consequences. He killed a person, so he had to be punished. He had to atone. He wanted to atone so badly. Despite this, his heart condition rendered him immobile. He needed to atone, even if as an avatar, redemption for his sin.
俺は帰りてんだ。笑ってあいつらのところに。
The moment Ku yelled, Saren felt a strange warm sensation in her chest.
理解度
The last piece fell into his place, and her research was complete. It had been 2 years since Saren met Ku and Kusanagi. She researched every possible thing about him. Kind of liked the endless battle because as a knight atmosphere. Yeah. It's a good description of some of the 100-line routes. That's funny, but you're right. But also the 100... I don't know, it still feels weird. Like, sometimes the Exodus is also broken, sometimes she's weak as hell. I guess it's an issue just with what happens when you have multiple writers for the same game. Characters feel a bit different from each other. And finally, they shared the most important memories of each other's past. The research had borne fruit at last. She finally fundamentally understood Ku. The warm emotion that manifested in her hollow chest proved this. It was warm and felt nice. This was the truth behind Ku's popularity. Saren had finally understood.
ありがとう。これであなたに関する研究は完了よ。どうやってこの恩を返そうかしら。
いらねえよ、そういうのは。ダチの間で貸し借りはなしにしようぜ。
いいえ。これは貸し借りではなく、願い。
願い？
ええ。私の心は大月空という少年に
Get married.
何かをしてあげたいと感じているの。
She was caught off guard. What could he want from her at this point? Ah, there was
じゃ
something.
あさ、いつか江崎博士の力で俺を竜宮に働きに行かせてくれねえか。
それくらいお安いご用よ。でもそんなことでいいの？
ああ、見てみてんだよ。江崎博士が生み出してきたもの。それに竜宮で働いてりゃ、いつか所長のイオンテコに会えるかもしれねえしな。
会いたいの？
ああ、会って言ってやりてえことがあるんだよ。今すぐ監獄に行って江崎博士と仲直りしろってな。
何を言っているの、クー君。仲直りも何も、私と彼の関係は最悪な形で終わって。
終わってねえだろ、何も。もしも本当に終わってんならさ、どうしてあんた。
Yeah, it's just too much in 100 line. I'd rather have a shorter story that's more concise. Well, I'd rather have a shorter story that's better quality overall. Something warm was streaming down her cheeks, unbidden. The first tears she ever cried. They fell one after another. She wanted to meet Teko again so badly. That's what her heart said.
あんま強がんなよ。ずっと監獄で自分磨きを続けてたんだろ。なんとなくわかるんだよ。あんたは俺と話してる時も別のどこかを見てたからな。おかげで勘違いせずに済んだぜ。
Damn. I like Teko. Self-improvement. Did she do that? Did she decide this rebellion at the largest prison in the country for Teko? Saren didn't understand her own feelings. Her heart and her brain were in sync.
でも、彼に会ったところで何を話せばいいの？私、きっと素直に話せない。意地を張ってしまうかも。
だからそのための俺だろ。俺がイオンテコをだまくらかして。
I'll be your wingman is crazy.
博士は伝と構えてりゃいいんだよ。
彼はそんなに甘くない。クー君、軽々しく彼に近づいちゃダメよ。あまりイオンテコに近づくと、あなたまで利用されて使い潰されてしまうかも。
I guess my question now is Ku really dead?
そんなやわじゃねえって。路上で身につけた技で天才を手のひらでコロコ
I
ロ
feel like he isn't, but at the same time, like, it can't be a remote worker situation.
きっと無事に帰ってきて。
Because there's no way he could just get out of bed and work, right?
私まで。
So it's probably like a robot clone or something.
大月空の心拍に
Oh shit. Okay, he just dies now.
強制ログアウトを開始します。
Ku put his hand to his chest, obviously suffering. An alarm echoed. The forced logout screen appeared. His warm-out heart had reached its limit.
こんなどこで。
クー君、しっかりして。
Saren extended her arms as if to embrace him. And at the next moment, Ku vanished from Kusanagi. fuck? It's locked? I've been drinking way too much water too.
大月空という少年が死んだんだ。
I blurt out. Izaki seems to show. How the fuck does he know this? Izaki seems to show significant distress.
君たちは知り合いか。
Despite being just a prisoner, Ku Otsuki knew Izaki was alive. I suspected they knew each other.
大月空は私の研究に協力してくれたの。
科学者と被験者か。
I bet that's not all. If the relationship stopped at that, Izaki wouldn't be so distraught. Finally, I found something to negotiate with, just by chance.
大月空の最後について、彼が異教徒とどう戦ったのか。
Even with the bait dangling before her, Izaki remained silent. I want to... Fuck you. Okay, just talk.
僕が勝手に話すから、君も勝手に聞くといい。
There's no other option. I'll tell her everything without putting back.
昨日の夕方頃、地下にテロリストが突入してきたんだ。地上の研究室にいた僕は、大月空と手を結び。
I tell her everything honestly. How I deceived Ku with my silver tongue. How I fed his comrades to the dinosaurs. How even after all that, he helped solve the incident. How his efforts revealed the enemy's true identity as the Pure Land. How thanks to him, my partner Robot achieved great growth. I mean, there's how he sacrificed himself to save his companions in my place. Did she install a fake version of herself into his brain? Is that how you got the talk? And how, when he finally died, exhausted?
大月空は何度も言っていたよ。償いをしたいって。そのテロを打ち破って世界を救う。それは彼の最後の。
That's crazy.
だから江崎、手を貸してくれ。大月空の願いを叶えるためにも。
Appealing to emotions is futile. I knew as much, but my voice naturally grew louder. I was getting ready to say how I want to repair Ku, who sacrificed himself. Something changed. I became speechless. I couldn't believe my eyes. Dr. Izaki, that's Saren Izaki. Had tears streaming down her face.
クーくん、頑張ったのね。偉いわ。クーくんは本当に偉い。
The genius cries like a normal girl in front of me. That's not the Izaki I know. It seems she's changed greatly during those years in prison. What changed her? Could it be Ku Otsuki? Izaki continued crying for a few minutes and spoke as she stopped.
いいわ。一度だけあなたに手を貸してあげる。
本当か？
それが大月空の望みなら、彼には返しきれない恩があるから。心をもら。
What a fantastic move, Ku Otsuki. Making Izaki feel something is no small feat. Shoot in order to save.
それで、私はどこで何をしたらいいの？
僕の研究室に教祖の頭部を確保してある。そこから意識を抜き出して。
教祖様の人格を再現すればいいのね。
ああ、教祖の口から直接聞き出さなく今にも停止してしまいそうなヤタの再起動コード。
The biocomputer is the cornerstone shooting. It can't be allowed to stop. We must hurry for a rally too. He's still fighting by himself underground. And so I succeeded in getting Saren Izaki out of prison. The wing I tore off myself returns to Ryugu. The battle with Pure Land finally reaches its climax, however. This is unbearably awkward. I watched standing behind Izaki as she works on my computer. Izaki and I were never close. Plus, I feel guilty for having sent her to prison. There's no way a conversation would flow. I knew it would turn out like this. That's the whole reason why he called Ray to come up. Why isn't he here yet? What's taking that idiot so long? Where's Shimobi? Oh, okay, yeah.
今どこだ早く僕の研究室に来い
テコさん、ちょうど今そちらに向かって。
グズグズするな早く来てくれ
二人？じゃあドクター江崎と無事合流できたってことですか？
ああ僕の研究室にいる空気が重くて死にそうだ一刻も早く
準備完了よさあこのヘルメットをかぶって
I hastily end the call with Ray and followed Izaki's instructions. I put on the full face device Izaki gave me, and at the very next moment...
交際認証オン認証な電脳空間草薙にようこそいらっしゃいましたご来訪を心より歓迎いたします
I believe I am surrounded by magnificent nature, a place like the Earth of the past, before the extinction period.
フルダイブには成功したようねアバターの身体感覚に違和感はい
や問題は何一つない
まるでも何もそこはリアルよあなたの
Tsunagi Cyberspace, Izaki developed this technology for me. What do I think about Tekko? I don't know. Like, he's an interesting character. With all his PTSD from murders, him forcing himself to be cold, his dependence on Raleigh, while stifling his own Raleigh's own growth. He's interesting, that's for sure. I just want them to stick the landing with this ending first, before I speak more about him. Because I thought Monchi's ending, I thought it was like fine. But then she just kills her. Like, she just kills the founder. I mean Ray. She just kills Ray for what seemed to be no reason. So I feel like I need more information before I finalize anything I say about these guys. Like, I like the growth arc he's currently going through. But, I do have my doubts right now. I banished her from Ryugu, sending her to prison. At first I had no choice but to cut her off, but now...
戻れるはずないでしょ私は犯罪者よ
恩赦を要求する君の罪が帳消しになるように
リュウグウに戻ったところでどうせ私たちはまた衝突するわ根本的に思想が相入れないもの
確かに僕らは水と油だでもだからこそだよ異物と衝突を繰り返すことでお互い成長することもある僕はそれを学んだんだ
Pawns aren't so useless after all. Renku told me that.
もう一度チャンスをくれないか
I might be selfish to ask for your forgiveness now, but
私との未来を望むならまずは過去に決着をつけなさい話はそれから
そうだな一つ一つ順番に向き合っていくよ過去に切り捨ててきたものと教祖の意識をインポートしてくれ
make my request with resolve.
抽出自我転送開始アバターと自我を融合身体感覚の同期処理開始聖域モードに転換開始
Finally, it begins the ritual to revive the
も
founder.
うすぐそこに教祖様が現れるあのお方の
Probably
降臨
won't
と
go
同
well.
時にその空間は隔絶され外部ハッキングを気にすることなく存分に階段なさい
ああ何から何までオンに切るよ
感謝なら空君に良き再会を
Then the window showing Izaki's face disappears. The next moment, I feel like she killed Ray. Flickering lights start to form all around. They swirl together, gathering at one point, and eventually... I feel like that's the implication, at least, that she killed Ray. Maybe that's wrong, but that's what I got out of it. founder's figure emerges at the focal point of life. The founder is sleeping, leaning against a large tree. Her sleeping face reminds me of a delicate young girl. A miraculous sight. Wait. Her sleeping face. Okay, so currently he thinks that the founder is the girl and Ray is the guy. Legend of Founder Survival. Founder stirs and opens her eyes gently.
どこ？ずいぶん綺麗なところだね。まるで楽園みたいだよ。
She's still half asleep. Her speech feels slower than when she was alive.
動物だ。可愛いウサギさんが歩いてる。あっちはパッ隣には。
Founder's smile hasn't changed at all.
嬉しいな。テコが隣にいるなんて久しぶりだよ。これは。
ああ、お察しの通りだよ。あいにくだが全て夢だ。君も。
うん。そうだと思ったよ。夢みたいなことって夢でしか起こらないものだから。
My head's fuzzy. Okay.
頭がぼんやりしてるけど、なんとなくわかる。これは優しい嘘だって死んだんだね。私。
The moment those words left the founder's mouth, I almost fell to my knees.
自分の死について何か覚えていることは？
何も。いつ死んだのかも思い出せないや。
そうか。
Hearing that, I feel a bit relieved. I'm glad she doesn't remember the pain of her body being cut. There's no time for sentiment.
君の意識を呼び覚ましたのは他でもない。緊急事態が起こったんだ。このままではヤタが止まる。
I can believe that. Tekko's the most kind character. But also, all of the ministers are kind of not human in some ways.
ヤタが？うわ、そりゃ大変だね。
ああ、一刻を争う事態だ。すぐに再起動をかけなくてはならないが、そのコードは君にしかわからない。
コード？それなら簡単だよ。ちゃんとヒントを残しておいたでしょ。
あんなものヒントになるか。くだらないクイズじゃないか。
テコならすぐに解けるクイズだよ。私に悲しい思いをさせた張本人なんだから。
悲しい思い？
あの日だよ。大聖堂でテコと最後に話した。
So she does remember her death, kinda. Or the last day. Memory resurfaces in my mind.
僕は今から君が一番大切にしているものを奪う。
That night, I called the founders to say those awful words.
そうか。なら再起動コードは？
Well, it doesn't matter if you figure it out.
どうしようもないけどね。
Oh, what the fuck? A strong impact to my head. My vision goes black.
永遠の夢を、テコ。私と一緒に。
I guess there's two founders now, because we got Ray and you also got her. Screw it, I'll try to finish the route today. Oh shit, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and try to lock in. I like he pulled. Yeah, he did get the bat out of nowhere. That is fucked up. Wait, clicked on Ray, right? Oh. Didn't we have Ray go from... I feel seasick. I step out of the skateboard and I'm at a lake surrounded by a forest. I managed to reach the shore, but the angel should appear. Yeah.
ヒメルさん、ミコトルさん、探したんですよ。
Looking for you too. I thought I lost sight of the underground. You think you're already at the surface?
我々天使には翼がある。
Why the dialogue changed so much compared to the other route? So we start running.
Rei, これから君はイオンテコの研究室で。
はい。死んだ自分の頭の中を見るなんて。
教祖の頭の中を覗けたらエリミネートコードのありかを。
エリミネートコード？それはヤタの再起動コードとは別のものなんですか？
Do these angels have the ability to see the future or something?
全く別のものだが、終焉を止めるために。
I don't know if I want these angels. Like, I feel like they have to have some third agenda. Like, I don't know if I trust God.
そのありかは教祖だけが知っていた。あの恐るべき力が万が一でも誤った使われ方をしたら、だからどこにあるのかを知っておく必要が。
Oh. Teko Eon's voice sounded through the headset. It's awkward. Okay, yeah, this is the same dialogue. The call abruptly cuts off. It really is just that awkward. Alright, let's hurry up. I force my exhausted body to run through the forest. Soon the battle will be over. Pure Land has been wiped out. All that remains is to reboot Yada. And I guess also get this code that they want us to talk about. I dive into the entrance of Yugo and run up the staircase, not scarecase. A battle which pushed us deeper and deeper underground is now on the surface. Oh, that's Shocho Shitsu. I think. Finally, the end is in sight. That has to be wrong. That doesn't sound right. Without knocking, I jump right into the lab. I lost my voice. We arrived at Teko Eon's laboratory only for someone else to fire. A mysterious girl had fired the gun. Why'd she do that? Who's this girl? Why is she firing a gun? I'd asked the angels for advice, but they disappeared again.
Konnichiwa, Shimobe Rei-san. Omotta yori hayakatta wa ne.
The strange girl knew my name.
あなたは
私は江崎セレン。
江崎。あなたがドクター江崎ってことですか?
I didn't know she was a woman. Well, regardless of that, how do I interpret the situation? In front of me, a girl is a girl with a gun, Sarah Nizaki. Teko Eon is sleeping in the corner with the helmet on, and Sarah Nizaki shot my head.
なぜ教祖の頭部を?
もう役目を終えたからよ。
役目?
ええ。イオンテコを電脳世界におびき寄せる。彼はもはや
Despite all the commotion, Teko Eon isn't waking up.
もう二度と
He'll never return to reality?
史上最高の天才もこうなっては型なしね。
Sarah Nizaki strokes Teko Eon's cheeks. His head shows down to my spine for some reason.
に
I can't comprehend what I see. Tsunizaki, what is she?
何をしているの？
つまり俺が黒幕ってことだよ。
I heard a voice when I thought I'd never hear again.
空耳
But it was very clear, as if he had come back to life.
空耳じゃないぜ、レイさん。俺なら目の前
Oh,
に
so
いる
that's
じゃ
how
ね
he
えか。
saved. That's how she saved him. Eyes are different colors. This is
クー君と同じ
not the eyes, but the facial structure too, and the hand injury as well. What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, I figured. So it is basically Shiaki. And the guns he used. Everything is the same as Ku.
本当にクー君
So
なの？
she pulled a Chiaki and installed Ku into her brain. Yeah, that explains the weird mask. Like you hide the character. You put that much hair into it? The person in front of me nodded while speaking two different voices.
俺が大月クーだ。
Okay, that was a bit
あんたと
desync.
一緒に地下を旅した大月クーだ。
Oh, was she faking being Ku, or there's a lot of questions, I guess. Yeah. Having locked off with Kusanagi, Saren ran down the hall, struggling for breath. She was heading to the prison hospital. That's where Ku has been hospitalized. Several minutes had already passed since his heart stopped. If she was unlucky, Ku was already...
まだ死んじゃう
While running, she prayed to make it on time. She had to. She couldn't afford to lose him. Not Kuotsuki. What she saw when she reached the ward. Ku was already dead.
19時32分。五輪中です。
Oh, completely different hair, too. Was Ku's lifeless body, his face covered in white cloth. He was silent and lay completely still. She couldn't believe that they were just moments ago riding his motorcycle together.
クー
最善を尽くしたのですが、もはや
How the fuck did she live the shark then? Saren stood there in utter shock. Ku didn't move an inch. He was clearly dead.
心中お察しします。ですが、彼は最後まで江崎博士。
よかった間に合ったのね
A gunshot reverberated throughout the room. The doctor slumped to the floor dead. 3 consecutive shots rained out as the doctor Saren shot the doctor over and over again. She wanted to ensure that no one would see what she was about to do. Now, without a second corpse in the room, she pulled the cloth from Ku's face, and she did. She saw the face of an innocent boy. He had red hair and freckles. He didn't resemble his avatar in the slightest. I mean, he has the mole still, the beauty mark. It was a completely different person. Saren opened his right eyelid and pulled a spoon inside. Then, she gouged out his eyeball as if carving a
鮮度
melon.
は大
It's
丈
fresh
夫
enough.
みたいね本当に間に合ってよかった
She held Ku's eyeball in his right hand, is equivalent to having his ID. In her left hand, she held a nerve chip. Thanks to her research, she almost had perfectly recreated Ku's personality in it.
クー
With it,
君私の心臓を使わせてあげる
yeah, it is literally Chiaki. A fake Ku.
まずは素材を用意して片方の眼球を入れ替えてうなじから脳にチップを差し込めばほら新 たな大月空の出来上がり。
His first person perspective in his memories with his band. I guess replacing her eyeball, she obtained Ku's biological ID, inserted the nerve chip into the brain, and allowed her to obtain his personality.
大月空のスタートよ。さあ、起きなさい、空くん。退院の時間よ。
Oh, so she really is just a psychopath who wanted his personality. In the prison records, Siren died that day in an accident. On the same day, a prisoner left the hospital. Yeah, the eye stuff is pretty disgusting. Kuotsuki was standing in the prison hall. He couldn't remember why he was there. He felt dizzy, but he gradually began to remember. He was cured thanks to the latest medical treatment devised by Saren Izaki. He was discharged, and now he was heading to work. He was dispatched to Ryugu, the lab where Saren used to work. He shouted to lift his spirits. With his healthy body, he was ready for work. Ku digested the feeling for a moment. He had no idea what awaited him. Wait, when did he realize? I mean, I guess, like... I guess he doesn't mind the body swap. But, like, won't he notice missing his dick? He had no idea that while clinging to that dream, he himself was also dreaming. I guess his personality not noticing is fine. Because it's not the real personality
変わ
there.
りなさい、空くん。
Yesterday at about 3 p.m., I suspended Kuotsuki's personality and rose to the surface of his consciousness. Yeah, that's fine. I figured that was like your take of her character as a villain. But also, I don't know. I feel like I don't mind the spoiler too much. Like, it didn't spoil how it would be done, you know? Or like how stuff would happen. As long as like the exact methods and storytelling isn't spoiled, I don't think I mind plot point spoilers too much. Although it will probably stop me from watching a show, like if I'm spoiled too much on everything. I'll never watch Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul because I already know most of what will happen from like YouTube short stuff. But if I hear that like there's gonna be a twist at the end of the movie, or like Blank is actually the bad guy, I'll still watch it.
すでに包囲は完了だ。あんたが突入を指示してくれたら、総員玉砕覚悟で竜宮にぶっ込むぜ。
そう。では5分後に突入を。地下に入り込むまで、決してイオンテコに侵入を。
So she's going to destroy the world to make sure that. Oh, she already achieved her goal by getting Teko Eon stuck in VR.
今さらヘマするかよ。
エレベーターで地下に降りたら経路は必ず全て爆破するのよ。警備省とイオンテコが地下に入り込めない状況を作り出すのがこの作戦の肝なのだから。
その辺も抜かりはねえよ。あんたが各社に作らせた武器もたんまりあることだしね。これさえあればどんな経路も大崩落だ。
There are uncountable people that loathe Teko Eon in this country. I fueled them on by funding them and providing weapons of terror.
地下の封鎖が済んだら各所に仕掛けておいたバーサクを私の方で起動して。
Sound these. I figured she had. In the beginning, I figured she was an antagonist because she was the person who created the nerve chips. So I guess this just proves that I was initially
あな
right.
たたちまで餌食にならないように十分に注意して。
ゲノムを改変された生物兵器が凶暴かとはおっかないね。でもよ、そういう汚れた命に生
動物は地下を守る最強の門番。それが狂えば竜宮は丸裸も同然。他のセキュリティについても問題ないわ。すでに地下の警備室は全滅させておいた
Without
から。
the security robots can't do too much. As chaos breaks out, they should malfunction.
あなたたちを邪魔するものは何もない。ただひたすらに最深部を目指して進みなさい。ヤタのもとにたどり着いたら爆破、もしくは
I mean, from these guys' perspective, right? They have never like seen a lion before, because all animals are kind of dead, right? Like in the real world. So they are raised with the lions being like petting zoo animals. So I think it makes a bit of sense. Like we wouldn't do it because we've seen lions in real life. We know they're predators. But from their perspective, it's like, oh, this is a very friendly pet.
万事了解。ありがとうよ、江崎博士。あんたが同志になってくれなかったら、俺たちは看板掲げて抗議するだけのデモ団体で終わってたぜ。それが今や終天教に絶滅をもたらす正義の使者だ。やってやるぜ。汚れ切った命を浄化して清潔な地球を取り戻してやる。
I guess lions do look scary. I don't know. Like you could, some people are probably scared of like chickens. I guess roosters are kind of scary since they fight and are opportunistic carnivores. Well, the destination is different. Their goal is to end the shooting order. My dream does end there. Then, yeah.
幸運を祈っているわ。
My work is done. If I were to go anymore, as Saren Izaki people could get suspicious. So,
戻りなさい。
I fall deep into my consciousness again. Damn, so there are just routes where Saren dies too. Okay, two ends. A good end and a bad end, I'm guessing. And the good end is also death.
嘘だ。そんなはず。
He was trying to right his rounds.
お前、
信じられないでしょ。それこそが大月空の力なの。自然と他人の懐に入り込み、信頼を勝ち取る天然の人たらし。竜宮の職員も警備員もイオンテコでさえも誰も大月空を
Can't believe she never cut her hair.
おかげで私は着々と準備を整えることができたわ。人望豊かなトロイの木馬。私にとって大月
She actually is a psychopath. She got so close to Ku just to imitate his personality and do this. The girl hiding in Ku led the heretics to us. But wait.
だったらどうしてクー君は私と一緒に生きようと追いかけてくれたんですか？
Ku Otsuki definitely chased after the terrorists of Saren Izaki. She's just putting out her own fires.
そこは私の唯一のミス。私の読みでは大月空は資材倉庫でこの騒動をやり過ごすはずだったの。生き残って
It's a crime to cut the
路上の
beautiful
家族の
hair.
元に帰るために
There's no way it fits under that hat that easily. But Saren Izaki's reading was off. Ku's morality made him jump out of the warehouse. I mean, it's not like they did anything, so him chasing after the heretics did nothing. He saved us. And I mean, this part is probably just a bait.
あの時はさすがに危なかったわ。でも間一髪のところで体の主導権を奪い返したの。私は海を泳いでなんとか浜辺にたどり着き、エリア8の隠し部屋に残されて
Okay,
いた
yeah, but you were bleeding like crazy.
お
How
先
did
に
you
一
fix
つ拝
that?
借したというわけ。
So Saren Izaki used it. Then Sarah Nizaki returned to prison reunited with Teko Ion. Then she returned to Ryugu as Sarah Nizaki. Teko Ion is now trapped in cyberspace and is stopping Yada from rebooting. The scale was suddenly so huge, both the size of the planet and the span of it, completely beyond what most could do. But why would she go to such...
どうしてそうまでしてヤタを破壊しようとそんなに終点峡谷が憎いんですか
Sarah Nizaki spent all this time and effort just to destroy Shura. Why the obsessive hatred?
いいえ、私はただ恩返しがしたかっただけ。
恩返し
How's destroying the world returning favor?
私はかつてイオンテコによって見出され、人生その限りなく大きな恩を返したかった。なのに彼は私のプレゼントした電脳世界を受け取ってくれなかったわ。リアルの方がいいんですって。
Shark blood. I mean, I guess that works. Never really saw if the shark was okay or not.
私にとって恩返しは全てなの。私からの贈り物を拒む
I couldn't allow him to refuse my gift is crazy.
滅ぼすことにしたの。終点峡谷を。リアルが消えれば電脳世界に移り住むしかなくなるでしょ。
Actually a psychopath. To accept her repayment, she did all of this for that. Costing the lives of countless people. Playing with the life of Kuotsuki. And destroying the entire world. To be fair, in real life, are you a robot?
いよいよフェーズ6。天地開闢のスタートよ。
The creation of heaven and earth, we will sacrifice this decaying earth to open a new horizon.
イオンテコは創世神に。私はそのパートナーとして共に世界を運営する。
Yeah, but no one's going to be in this world. How the fuck are you going to pass out those headsets in like 10 seconds?
永久に。
狂ってる。
I can't let Sarah Nizaki live. She really will end the world if we don't end her first.
お前だけは絶対に。
Even if she looks like Ku.
よしなさい、野暮な真似は。敵対するより私についた方が賢い。あなたも私の電脳世界の一員に。
Why would you let her join your cyberspace? You killed her in another route.
お断りです。誰がお前なんかの。
いいの？この誘いを断って。もしも私の世界の一員になれば大月空と再会することだってできるのに。あなたの知っている大月空は元来意識だけの存在よ。このチップが健在である限り何度だって再生できる。
Wait, did she unplug the chip? I thought it was still stuck in her. I can see Ku again. How could I refuse? I'd give anything to see him again. Okay, take the chip, get the bad
チ
ending.
ップの中でクー君はまだ生きている。
ええ、おおむねその理解で間違いないわ。
In that case,
力ずくで。
そう。交渉は決裂ということね。残念よ。あなたのような変わり種も新世界に欲しかったのに。
just as like Ku, I'm gonna save you. As soon as the power of God destroys Saren. Oh, I love real robot life. Also, I feel like robots want their android. Yeah, I guess that's the case. Well, at least they're not Apple phones. Oh fuck. I don't know what happened. I can't comprehend it. The power of God activated, but it blasted away. Not Sarah Nizaki, but the chip. Why? I had a clear shot at Sarah Nizaki's head, and yet why would...
神の力がクー君を破壊するの？
神の力？大層なものいいね。単なるハッキングでしょ。
Oh shit, we get more lore.
神の力がハッキング？
I've tried failing Prey. I know that doesn't let you, so I just go through it. No, that can't be true. The power of God is a supernatural miracle. God has helped me with so many miracles.
とても高度な P2P アーキテクチャ。
P2P.
その気になれば誰であろうと壊せるし、あなたが地下で恐竜やサメを操ることができたのも脳のチップをハックしていたからでしょ。本当に素晴らしいスキル。真っ向正面から抗うのは私でも分が悪い。だから大月空のチップをあらかじめデコイ化しておいたの。あなたが私にその力を使ったら代わりにチップが
Okay,
壊れ
that
る
seems like
よ。
bullshit. But whatever. Science is magic in this world. One notice Sarah Nizaki talked about. There's only one kid in here. By my hand, I'm going to.
共に旅した男の子を殺した気持ちはどう？大月空は少々老いたが過ぎた。私の体を勝手に使って死にかけるなんて、この貸しはきっちり回収しなくてはいけないと思っていたの。大好きだったレイさんの手で。
What have I done? I can't believe I
そ
killed
んな
Q.
に青ざめなくても大丈夫よ、レイさん。あなたもすぐに同じところに送ってあげるから。
Sarah Nizaki points the gun to my heart. Point blank range. There's no escape, and I didn't even consider it. Sorry, Q. I could do as you want. In fact, I finished him off. I'm an irredeemable fool who deserves this. I gave up all hope and closed my eyes. Not for just waiting the end.
さようなら、レイさん。
Wait, just do it again. Just use the power of God again. Oh, scenario lock. Resume? That's crazy. You said it was over. That time when I was sinking to the bottom of the ocean, I lost everything. My sight wrapped in white light. A voice sounds from somewhere. My consciousness melted in the light, fading to nothing. I became nothing, not even knowing who I was. I'm going to disappear. My wood to fight is gone. I accept my destruction, but... The pinky I crossed with Ray that night, that kept me tied to this world. Focusing on that pinky, I was being brought back. Who am I? I'm Kuotsuki. Where am I? A hit-and-run scumbag. Why my life? Well, that's obvious. Payback Ray. To help the person who hugged this pathetic criminal and saved my soul. Kuotsuki is right here. And it's not even Kuotsuki, it's like a clone of Kuotsuki. I gave my all to reach the surface for Ray's sake. That's Kuotsuki's. As my face bursts through the surface, I find myself in darkness. Up, down, left, right, all darkness. There's no one around, no sound. An hidden area in Ryugu? I was in Area 8 just then. A sharp pain runs through my head. A whole avalanche of information comes roaring in. Everything becomes clear. That's right, I'm not the real Kuotsuki. The real me died from a heart disease long ago. That genius made a personality just like the original Kuotsuki. It sold into me. I'm disgusted to even think that was my first love. Professor Izaki only thought of me as a tool all alone. She used the personality from Kuotsuki and used it to get into Ryugu. She destroyed everything. She did one unbelievable act of evil after another, and now? She's trying to kill Ray. Goodbye, Ray. I scream from with it as long as I can. Kill Ray? I'll never let that happen. I swear that. Doesn't matter who it is. I will. I'll burn my soul. Give me everything. Anyone who kills him. I take back control, point the barrel at me. That is Professor Izaki's heart.
あなたがまだ私の中に。チップはすでに抜いたのに。
チップだ。そんなちんけな機械は俺じゃねえ。
That chip might have given birth to the fake Kuutsuki, but
失敗したな江崎博士。俺の心を真似るなんてそりゃ最悪の握手だぜ。魂は心に宿る。
I mean, it's all bullshit at the end, so it works.
私の心臓を情報記録媒体と解釈することでキャッシュを残したということ。亡霊の残りかす風情に計画を邪魔されるわけには。
Serenazaki fights with her all. I will not give her control.
俺だか残りかすだか知らねえけどな。俺の中にある思いはレイさんを守り抜いて世界を救う。俺にあるのは
私を助けてくれたらあなたを草薙で再生してあげ、あなたも知っているでしょ。永遠の楽園を約束してあげるから。
I gotta help laughing. If you think I want that, then you're no genius, you're a dumbass. I know something greater, something even more than eternal bliss. Salvation?
取引でしか幸せを語れない。哀れなあんたに教えてやるよ。江崎セレン。
I put pressure on the trigger.
本当の永遠を何度死んだって消えやしねえ。俺の魂の熱さをよ。
Second, her heart is shot by her own hand. I feel Serenizaki's presence leaving the body. I don't find myself looking at the ceiling. I don't have strength to move, not even figure. I'm pretty confident in my ability to fight death's doors, but there's no getting out of this. I'm not afraid of death. I've died so many times, it's relieving to get it over with. There's a gaping hole in my heart, but I'm filled with a sense of accomplishment. Taking Serenazaki along, I was able to help Rei. That's more than enough for me. That's enough, but... Rei's pure in my face. Why are you always talking?
レイさんに見とって。
It's a hell of a bonus. That's the best way to go. It's waste on scum like me. Tears streaming from his face warm my exhausted soul. It's so warm. You can ask that?
何か言い残したいことはない？
I can't even choose the first option. Is this a bug? It's nice karma for being killed by someone who's used. Hell of a bonus. Yeah. I can't choose the first option. The only one I can do is ask Rei to show his true face. Just one thing I'd like to ask him.
素顔見せてくれねえか。
I want to see his face under his mask before I go. It must be a kind, attractive face. It's a betrayal. The shock. I must have been my gaping heart shock over again. I see this face all over town. On TV, posters, and newspaper flyers, there's no doubt about it. This person is... the founder of the Shuden Order. Who the founder called my pathetic name. Yeah, I guess it is a hell of a bonus. It's like the guy that you like, that you protected this entire time, is literally Jesus. The guy's just revealed himself to be Jesus. That's a crazy bonus.
もう何者もあなたを縛ることはできません。とよく頑張ったね、クー君。君は帰れるんだよ。
すげえ。
The eyes first of the country, the founder took off his mask and showed himself to me. He forgave my sins. I want to die with this joy overflowing to me, but I have one last thing to do. I've raised the founder. I must show my strength to that. Director Eon is in. Help him.
必ずテコさんを救い出すよ。今度は私が頑張る番だから。
俺もついて生きてえが、さすがに限界だ。
離れていたって私たちはいつだって一緒だよ。だって私たちの魂は小指と小指で結びついているからね。
Always together. My soul is linked with him. That's relieving. As I relax, my vision fades, with my eyelids never to open again. But I wasn't afraid. My soul is linked with Rei's. Plus, These guys are all with me.
遅えよクー
たくいつまで待たせんだよ。俺らがどんだけ待ったと。
悪い悪い。
I laughed and ran to my family.
恐竜に乗って旅してたんだよ。なあ、誰が一緒だったと。
寝ぼけたこと言ってねえで。
しっかりしてくれよ。今日も戦闘。
おう、任せろや。お前らは全員俺が守っ
I
て
got
や
my
るから
trusted
な。
bike and ride off with my friends. Where should we go today? I'm free to go anywhere because my soul is with Ray. Well, that's a nice ending. At least someone gets a good ending in this route. Okay, what's his other route? Let's hope that it actually worked.
あなたの
嘘ついたら針千本
つくな。なんだよ、ここ。すっかり騙され。
さようなら。
おい、俺が亡霊姉さん。取引で魂の熱さをよ。
どうして
姉さん。
ねクーク
No, I literally can't choose it. Oh,
姉さん。
okay, there we go.
俺の
I have to
家
use my
族に
keyboard. I can't use my mouse to hover it.
必ず伝えるよ
It's probably a bug with the English release.
会いに行くから
Or maybe it's just a bug with my computer.
俺も
大丈夫クー君の魂もつる私たちの魂は
Always together, my
小
soul is
指
linked
と
with
小指
his.
で結びついているからね
Okay, yeah. Seems like a shorter version of that ending. Don't get the Jesus treatment with him. What the fuck you mean bad end? Oh. Yeah, I guess he did forget. I guess he did forget to tell him to use the machine.
テコさん起きて起きてください
I repeatedly call it to Teko, who's sleeping on the bed.
起きてくださいってば寝てる場合じゃないですよ
I keep shaking him, still he doesn't wake up.
ダメだ
I was at a loss. I can't do anything until Teko Eon or Ray of Hope wakes up. He has to come back to our world.
もしかして
If we take off, Teko might wake up. It's worth a shot. No, you just killed him. Teko Eon's body started to violently spasm. His eyes went white and his whole body was convulsing. Perhaps the helmet was meant to be taken off? I desperately hold down Teko's body, but the spasm won't stop. It seems to get worse. Teko Eon's body writhed together like a snake. Eventually... Yeah, I guess it is just bad he didn't meet Jesus. Man, I really wish there was an easier way to do this, rather than just skip through all of this.
つくな。なんだよ、ここ。
Look, I'm gonna turn off my game.
すっかり騙されたぜ。
How I was fooled.
さようなら。
Oh, another stream boo ad.
俺が亡霊姉さん。取引で魂の熱さをよ。
どうして
姉さん。
ねクーク
姉さん。
もうよ私たちの魂は恋人
おう、任せろや。お前らは全員。
Okay, it's really over this time. Okay, to get to that, we gotta do this. Makes sense. Just a few years after the founder said she would reform countries, she established Shuten. The absolute leader, the founder. The competent ministers to support. People will worship the founder. With these three pillars joining hands, we build a uniquely peaceful nation. While not flawless, our foundation was solid. With the foundation solidified, the next step in the nation building was further development. To support the nation's development through science, I established Ryugu and focused on research. My goal is to fill the Earth, now it's an extinction period, with life, to make the Earth a happy planet again. However, I fell into a severe slump. I had no motivation, no ideas came to mind. This was the equivalent to death for a researcher. My ideal research environment was going to go to waste. Why was I so demotivated? To find the cause of my lack of motivation, I analyzed myself and quickly found the answer. I was fulfilled. Shuna had everything my past self desired: a peaceful nation without conflict, an ideal research environment, and above all, trustworthy friends right beside me. Friends just a step away. Friends I could meet anytime and talk to until dawn. My long-standing friend, an ally whom I built the nation with. My soul was already fulfilled. Are you telling me the only reason? So you had to kill your friends. At this rate I won. But then you had to bring back your friends, so you made the robot. I want to be able to keep my promise. That's unacceptable. Her order meant everything to me. So I made a decision. I destroyed perfection with my own two hands. The night 25 years ago, I called the founder to the cathedral and ended our friendship. The reason's obvious: to fulfill my promise to you, but I couldn't say that to her face. It's just a metaphor. Okay. To break the stagnation and fulfill her dreams, That's what you value most? Since then, I only talked to her when absolutely necessary. A smooth, harmonious world broke apart like China, and then, as planned, I regained my motivation. My research advanced rapidly. One success after another in strengthening life. I even resurrected dinosaurs. Though I did face many troubles along the way. I'm getting close to completing my research. Just wait for me, Founder. Soon I'll tell you soon. I fulfilled my promise. Perhaps this was self-satisfaction all along. I mistook a mean for an end somewhere. I started my research to make you happy, but I made you sad in the end. These priorities aren't aligned. That's why it's natural for you to resent me. I'm sorry I'm a plague. It's my fault you died. All of it is my fault. Hearing her voice, I opened my eyes, and there was Rei Shinobi with this kind of smile. No, it's not him. This isn't Rei Shinobi. This is body, but this feels like... My former friend disguised as Rei speaks words of forgiveness. I must say something, but I'm too flustered to say anything properly. Without her seeing how I'm struggling with my words, smiles at me once more. She speaks her final words. One to 65 days remain until the end of the world. In the dream, I'm standing in ruins. I look around and give a dejected sigh. I went all this way to investigate a potential site, yet it was worse than expected. The houses are rotting from the foundation, from exposure to bad wind. Not a single blade of grass grows here. No wonder why they abandoned the city. It's ruled by death. We wanted to build a country here. Geographically, this area is definitely the best, but it's completely polluted. Building could be reused if we reinforce it, but it will rot again regardless. Pollution is obstructing our progress. The whole world, so to speak, is an enemy of the Shooting Order. Annihilation from all directions. And then, I suddenly have an idea. If the world has rejected us, then we also need to say goodbye. Yes, we should. We will go to Mano Iwado. The sound of yelling wakes me up. What I see is the exact opposite of my dream. Lush greenery, animals roaming the meadows. Is this Ryugu? No, Ryugu is a lot smaller.
そうだ
I dove into cyberspace through the device on the founder's head. Yes, it's all to save someone.
テコさんやっと会えましたね
So this is the man who got it. It's a disembodied voice. It's only yesterday, yet it feels like an eternity ago.
しもべる
えあ
うん。確かに君はしも、そうか。
He's rude, but now is not the time to fight.
そうだ状況全ての
I tell him about
空爆
Dr.
は
Izaki's plan. How Saren was inside of Ku. How Ku thwarted her too.
が黒幕か。まあそんなところだと思ったよ。
Tekoyan didn't seem shocked in the
僕は
silent
本当は
ah
薄々感づいていたんだ。
in the slightest. I had a hunch that
怪し
Izaki
い
was
僕
upset.
の頭脳と渡り合える。なのに、僕はその可能性から目をそらした。取り戻し、一度失ったものは取り戻せない。うん。覆すことはできない。
That's crazy that it was there with Joan, even though that's just the start of the sentence.
そうだ。ところで君はこの電脳世界についてどう思う？
The surprise question took me by surprise. This place is okay.
竜宮の草原に寝転んでたウサギさん可愛かったな
そうか。まあきっとそう言うと思っていた。
Yeah, that giraffe is also
僕
tiny.
もリアルの方が圧倒的に好きだよ。生命にしろ大地にしろ。あの手触りはやはり電子では再現不可能だ。諦めきれるはずもないんだ。僕ら取り戻したい。あいつに。
I guess that happens a lot of times. It's probably just how they separate the Japanese language. Like, you know, here it says he may appear to be a calm, rational guy, but it goes on. It's like formatted differently than the rest. I guess. Are you? I feel like that.
テコさん教祖は
That baby.
どうやって
That.
終点
I
強
don't
化
know.
を
Like
建
all of the
国したん
giraffes
で
are
すか
kind of small looking, but I guess they're also off in the distance. Like the perspective's a bit weird here. That really makes me curious. I guess like what's probably going on is that we're standing at the top of a hill
教
and
祖
we're
が
just looking
終点
down
強
upon
国
it.
を建国するとき町は廃墟同然でしたよねあんな状態からどうやって町を再建させたんですか
Where's the
それ
quotation
は終
marks?
点橋の根幹をなすトップシークレットだ。と言いたいところではあるが、まあ君になら話してやってもいいだろう。ここまで僕
Oh.
はあどうも
Yeah, you see here, like there's no array, so it's just like I don't know who's saying thanks. Like if it's out of context. I feel there's some hidden meaning in those
端
words.
的に言おう。僕らは建国時、世界に別れを告げることにしたんだ。
端的すぎて意味が
Top
よ
of the
く
hell, yeah.
文字通りの意味だよ。この国は要するに
Oh,
こらーお前ら何をのんびりしているのにか
I hear a voice from somewhere.
この短時間何を寝ぼけて今は1月4
嘘
I thought time was supposed to go slower in here.
江崎に内部時間を加速させられてここで過ごす数分は
Oh,
外の数時間
opposite.
に値する。
どうしてそんな
僕を浦島太郎にするためだよ。江崎は僕を完全に外の世界から切り離すつもりだったんだ。
早く戻って今日いっぱいで
Communication with the rally abruptly cut off. Must be the security. Not good. At this rate, Yada will stop, and my temporary body has until sunrise on the 5th.
落ち着けしもべ。空に向かって VVIP。およそこの終点橋に存在する全 AI は君の要
Wait, I've heard that.
VVIP 権限を確認しました。
VVIP 権限をください
The next moment,
私たちをここから出して
white light envelops the world.
権限を確認しました。自我パーエクソダス
In an instant, we were thrown out of cyberspace, and we woke up in the lab. I pull off the device on my head and run to Teko Eon's PC. The restart code entry is here.
早
Teko.
く答えを考えてください。
うるさいな。肩をゆす。大丈夫。答えはすでに分かってるんだ。僕は草薙で聞いたんだ。教祖の思いを。
The answer is
テコな
friendship.
らすぐに解けるクイズだよ。
Friendship. It's 10 letters in English.
悲しい。
あの日だよ。大聖堂でテコとサイ。
このヒントは僕ならすぐにあの日大聖堂で僕が切り捨てたもの。
Yeah.
フレンドシップ。
This is the power of friendship. There's no response. Is that the wrong answer? If that's the case, the world is... The screen emits bright light. It hurts our eyes. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, nice.
ヤタの再起動を確認。
And Raleigh tells us the restart is complete. A huge ring, glimmering and glowing, is on the PC screen. Seems like we just managed to foil Serenizaki and Pure Land's plan to shut down Yada and destroy the world. This time, the battle's over. I know it in my head, but the emotions haven't caught up yet. There's too much to take in, but the joy slowly dawns on me. We won Ku. I report my victory to Ku. I held Ku's body to share the joy. Ku's life was lost, but it wasn't in vain. The soul he left behind is still with me. He had my back.
ありがとう。
Ku, of course, can't say anything, but I feel like he's
君は
smiling
ヒー
at
ロ
me.
ーになったんだよ。
Just like then.
私たちの。
And so, the 3-day battle against the terrorists came to a close. I really want to share the joy of victory with Teko Yan, but there's still one less thing to do. Interrogating Teko Yan. Discover this truth of the murder of the founder. So she has like, I think 2 hours, right? Or it happens at 5 or 6? 4 hours? 4 hours to interrogate him? Thanks for... Oh.
いや、構わないよ。
I chose a forest in the suburbs as a location for my interrogation. I wanted to rent a lab, but Ryugu's under reconstruction. As an outsider, getting in is too much work. January 5th, when the sun rises, my temporary body will decay. Unless I find out who murdered the founder.
それではでもその前に一つお伝えしたいことがあります。私はこれからあなたを教祖殺害事件の犯人であると仮定し、もしかしたら尋問に近いようなことをするかもしれません。
If push to shove, I'll use the power of God. I can't hold back right now.
どうかこれだけは取り調べの結果、あなたが教祖殺害事件の犯人であること、私は決してあなたを憎んだりしません。
I won't hold a grudge, but I may get a little angry. I've learned over the last 3 days, Teko-yan is a man of action. He would kill even the founder if he had to. But despite his methods, he always has a just cause. Teko-yan is not a rogue. That's why it's tough to have to accuse my partner who fought so hard with me, and...
儀式の総仕上げに犯人を殺すって意味さ。
I'll kill you. If he really is the culprit, then I will have to kill him.
呆れたな。
あなたは容疑者であると同時に
だからこそだよ。仲間だからこそ気を使う。僕も君と同じだ。僕は決して君を憎まない。だからしもべ、クールな頭脳と圧倒的な偏見を。
I think this is the first time we've had a chance to denounce someone as the murderer of the founder. I feel my heart going a mile a minute. My back straightens in preparation. What sort of detective gets encouraged by their suspect? As a detective, I must focus on nothing but the truth, and if that's what is required, then maybe I need to accept that fate. One, the truth, if it's actually necessary for me to be revived as the founder, if, like with Teko Eon, there's justice in it, then even if that person is someone dear to me, I laser focus my gaze onto him. Finally, the interrogation begins. What kind of person is the suspect? Teko Eon. First, let's go over that.
科学省幹部であるあなたが竜宮殿長年取り
僕の研究内容は簡単に言えば生物の強靭化だ。その
地下で嫌ってほど体感してきましたからね。
Tigers, dinosaurs, sharks, chimeras. Creepy creatures continuously attacking us. The memory makes me shudder. And he had all of these creatures because...
ヤタを守るためには最強の門番が必要だ。だからテコさんは生物を強くしたんですよね。
ああ、ヤタは終点鏡の根幹とも言える装置だ。並大抵のセキュリティではとても守りきれない。
But there's another reason he's doing that, not just to protect the Yada. He once said,
動物たちを強く 強く進化
Teko Yon's new world. It's an Earth full of
テコ
creatures.
さんは命あふれる過去の地球を取り戻したかった。だから強い生命の誕生を求めたんですよね。外の過酷な環境にも負けないような。
This guy wanted to see it again. The world he and his friends lived in. That should deal with basic information. Now it's time for the murder case.
テコさん、単刀直入に聞かせてもらいます。あなたは大晦日の夜、教祖を殺しましたか？
いや、僕はあいつを手にかけていない。事件への直接的な関与は全面的に否認する。
The suspect denied all allegations. To overturn a denial, you have to encircle them with your deductions. I decided to ask about his alibi on the day. The dismembered body of the founder was found in a park on the morning of New Year's Day. So the founder was murdered.
大晦日の夜、あなたはどこで何をしていましたか？
その質問に答える前に、僕から一つ情報を提供しよう。
目撃証言。
大晦日の午前0時頃に大聖堂の警備を担当していた夜警が祈りの教祖は手ぶらで清掃だったそうだ。フードを深くかぶってうつむきがちに歩いていたらしい。
それ以後、教祖を目撃した者は
Could also be someone pretending to be the founder.
いや、現状それが最後の目撃証言だ。
If it's true, it's a big hint, but hood over their eyes? We're in head at night. Yeah.
顔が確認できないんじゃ。
ああ、誰かが教祖になりすましていた可能性はゼロじゃない。
なら正確には午前0時に教祖らしき人物が目撃されたってことですか？
そういうことになる。そして現状、その人物が本当に教祖だったか否かを確定する手段はない。というか、まともに捜査の進んでいないこの段階で確定できる情報なんてないにして、偏見に満ちた推論を積み重ねていくしかないんだ。
推論を積み重ねる。
Hypothetically, if it was the founder the Watchman saw, that would mean the founder was murdered between midnight and 6 a.m.
テコさん、情報提供に感謝します。大晦日の午前0時から朝6時。
その時間僕はリングの研究室で政務に励んでいたよ。
それを証言してくれる人は？
一応あられは一緒にいたが、あいつは
Why does a robot fall asleep?
寝落ちしていた。
アリバイはなし。
No alibi, but I need actual evidence to claim he's the culprit. The suspect denied all allegations to Okay.
テコさん、あなたと教祖
I
の
need to know how they got
関
along.
係性について
This is
聞かせ
vital.
てくだ
It
さい。
confirms if he had a motive.
あなたと教祖は終点教発足前からの長い付き合いだと聞いています。それだけ付き合いが長ければ、その相手を
You started seeing her as a
異性と
woman?
して意識したり。
That's crazy.
その質問に答える前に、教祖の性別について軽々しく
Oh,
公
yeah,
開
that
し
makes
な
a
い
lot
方
more
がいい。
sense.
それはこの国のトップシークレットの一つだからね。
教祖の性別ってそんな重大な秘密だったんですか？
ああ、公式の記録では性別非公開となっている。
Gender undisclosed.
カリスマ性の演出を目的に教祖自身の発案でずっと秘密にして、僕は付き合いが長いから教祖の本当の性別を知ってはいるが、あいつを女性として意識したことは一度もないな。
ではテコさんにとっては教祖はあくまで友達ってことですか？
ああ、あいつは僕の友達だ。いや、終点教国建国後は個人的な付き合いは立たせてもらったから。
それはなぜ？
国の象徴である教祖は民を平等に愛さなくてはいけないからだよ。あいつに友達なんていちゃいけないんだ。
The founder should not have friends. I felt my heartache. Perhaps the founder in me is grieving. The founder must have been sad that Teko Eon had cut her off. That's why. She set Yada code to friendship. Someday, Teko Eon may type those words for me.
教祖に絶好を言い渡した夜、あいつはとてもショックを受けた様子だった。自分がいかに孤独なのか、あの時に気がついたんだろうね。教祖であり続ける限り、 自分は誰にも頼れず、誰かに助けを求めることすらも許されない。ああ、あいつを孤独に追いやったのは僕だ。僕が絶対的な味方であり続ければ、あいつの死の原因を作ったのは、そういう意味では僕は今回の事件に深く関与しているとも言える。
So there was indeed a strained relationship between Tekuyon and the founder, but he doesn't have a motive. The suspect denied all the allegations about the
教祖
cathedral.
が最後に目撃された大聖堂ってどういう場所なんですか？
文字通りの聖地だよ。教祖は一年の節目節目に大聖堂で祈るんだ。民の安寧と平和を。大晦日の夜も教祖は大聖堂の祈りの間にいたはずだ。
祈りが毎年の恒例行事なら、教祖がそこに来るのを見越してくせ者が入り込んでいたって可能性はないですか？
その可能性は低いだろうね。
Yeah, I should have tight
大
security.
聖堂は非常に警備が厳重なんだ。出入りする際には僕ら幹部も厳重な本人確認とボディチェックを受けることになる。チェックを受けずに大聖堂に自由に出入りできるのはこの国でただ一人、教祖のみだ。
A cathedral where even executives couldn't bring in a weapon, so it's unlikely the founder was murdered here. And there's not enough information to build a case against Tekuyon. His alibi and lack of motivation is not enough. Any tidbit of information I need somehow pulled up.
そうだ、テコさん、エリミネートコードってなんだかご存知ですか？
I suddenly remembered and asked him on a whim. After all, the angels asked me to investigate it.
どこでその名前を？いや、知っていて当然だった。しかしその話ぶりだと、エリミネートコードの名前は知っているのに、それが何かまでは知らないってことか。
はい。
So you weren't lying about
エリミネ
amnesia.
ートコードは、わかりやすい言葉で言えば、封印された神の力。
すべてを。
Remove everything.
もしも敵対勢力に奪われたりしたら、この国は間違いなく終わってしまう。
The scheme won't install itself. That'd be crazy. Miko Toro also said that code had world-ending potential.
つまり、ヤタと同じレベルの重要度ってことですね。
ある意味では。そしてエリミネートコードのありかは、3日前、教祖の死体と対面した僕は、すぐさま死体の各断片を見分し、エリミネートコードを探したんだけど、それらしきものは見つからなかった。
そのコードは物理的なものなんでしょうか？暗号って線は。
いや、エリミネートコードは物理的な情報記録媒体に入っている。以前教祖はこう言っていたよ。
エリ
Physical.
ミネート、この国で一番強い私が物理的に守っていれば、コードを奪われる心配はないからね。
だが教祖は無残に殺されて、コードは姿を消してしまった。教祖の胴体と一緒にね。これは仮説に過ぎないが、エリミネートコードは教祖の胴体に隠されていたのかもしれない。そう考えると、教祖の胴体だけが持ち去られた理由にも説明つくんだ。
つまり、犯人はエリミネートコードのついでに教祖の。
それどころか、エリミネートコードを奪うために教祖を殺害した可能性す。エリミネートコードの行方について、現時点で僕が言えるのはこれくらいだ。
世界を滅ぼす力を持ったコードが行方不明って相当まずくないですか？もしもその
点は問題ない。エリミネートコードは
The code by itself can't do
それ単体では
anything.
用をなさないらしいんだ。本部にある開かずの間に入り。
それ本当に大丈夫なんですか？本部の警備って割とザルだった気がしますけど。
Even I managed to get in.
ああ、だからセキュリティを固めておいた。今ならネズミ一匹通さないよ。たとえ相手がどこかの神の力の持ち主でもね。
Any tidbit of information I need to someone pulled off. That's what the founder said.
そうだ、テコさん。例のものは持ってきていただけましたか？
ああ、ほら。
Founder brought a 3D scanned image. I began to inspect it. The more I see, the more I look, the more I see myself in it. The person is indeed me. I definitely died, and yet.
教祖って 本当にボーイッシュな教祖が女だと知ってるのって。
ああ
I'm sure no one
僕以
knows
外は
but
誰
me.
一人おそらくほとんどの民は教祖を男だと思い込んでいるんじゃないかな。教祖は案外秘密主義者なところがあってね。一度秘密にすると決めたことは徹底的に隠し通すんだ。
So Teko Ion is the only one who knows the founder's secret. They were really that close. Biography of Teko Ion, motive and alibi of the time, elimination code, the head of the founder. Looked over the situation, gathered evidence, but I still can't connect the dots. How do I find the truth with this? How do I... Can I really solidify Teko Ion as the...
しもべ、上を向いてみろ。
Look up a sky full of twinkling stars.
僕らのちょうど真上のあたりにひときわ強く輝く星がある。一等星空だ。
Whose name?
世界を救ってくれたあいつへのせめてもの報酬だよ。これは正式名称だか
I
ら。
made it the star's official
あいつの
name.
名前は永久に
That's so
残り続ける。
useless. That's like, you know, you could buy that on the internet for probably like $10 or something. Someone will find a star and name it after you.
あいつは持ち前の運転テクで。
I guess the idea is pretty nice, especially since it's a special looking
こ
star.
んな恩赦を勝ち取った囚人は歴史上あいつ一人だけだろうね。まったく成り上がりにも程がある。
Like a mythological
まるで
hero.
神話の英雄じゃないか。
Despite being in the middle of interrogation, I couldn't hold back my tears. This is too big of a surprise. Who ran underground for redemption is now way high up.
ありがとうございます。
いいんだ。こんなの大した手間じゃない。あの空はある程度は僕の裁量で模様替えができるからね。
Yes, Teko Young may be a genius, but rewriting the universe is something else. Surely must be joking
さ
then.
すがに冗談ですよね。
Teko Young snaps his fingers. This can't be coincidental. Teko Young can really add stars?
まあ要するにこういうことだ。
Teko Young made an image appear from his terminal. It depicts this very city as a Shun. The city is covered by a huge roof, like a umbrella shielding it. But this metaphor is clearly contradictory. The sky hangs above the country, but there is no roof above
竜
us.
宮の天井に映し出されていた空を覚えてるだろう。あれのスケールアップバージョンだ。まあ要するにあの空は偽物で終点橋は厳密には外にあるわけじゃない。ここは巨大なドームの中なんだ。
The country is covered by a dome. It's hard to believe at first, but I've just seen evidence. Transformable starry skies.
でもどうして国を。
僕らにはあまりに敵が多すぎたんだ。神の軍勢に四方を囲まれていたからね。
God's army?
神を拒むために僕たちは閉じこもることにしたんだ。ドームの中に。ドームの外側には最強のバリアが張り巡らされている。このバリアが健在である限り、いかなる滅びも終点橋には入り込めない。汚染された環境はもちろん、神の軍勢すらも跳ね返す。そしてこのドームを制御しているのが
ヤタという
ご名答。ヤタが止まればこの国は蹂躙されてしまうんだ。
God, our sworn enemy, would invade this country. That's a fire line. When we're talking about God, Teko Young sounds a bit intense, as if he hates God from the bottom of his heart. The student order hated and rejected God. Come to think of it, I heard Miko Toro say something like that.
これも終点むしろ彼らは神を
But then how come I, the founder, use the power of God? God and I are supposed to be at odds. Sir Nizaki also said something.
神の力単なるハッキングでしょ。
Hard to believe, but Sir Nizaki deflected the power of God. If the power of God is really just hacking, then what is God? Wait, what?
まず神の儀式を終えることで君は真によみがえる。
It's strange, if the student order is against God, then why would a ritual like God's trial exist within it? Is it like you? Maybe God's trial really isn't a student ritual. Maybe it's a heretical ritual. Questions keep sprouting up. Oh, and I opened my mouth to ask them. In utter shock, my mouth stayed opened. I couldn't believe my eyes. Teko Yon really was. Oh. Teko Yon quietly sheds tears and looks at the sky. He just quietly stares at the stars. No more than stars. The many lives lost in the battle. Praying for the souls, a single tear drops from his cheek, like a shooting star. I can't think of anything else now. Oh no, I can't do this. Despite his cold demeanor, Teko Yon really cares about others. There's no way he's the killer. Interrogation is over. Objectively, there's a possibility that Teko Yon is the culprit, but cannot pursue him any further. Personal feelings aside, I don't have enough information to dig deeper. I can still continue investigating the founder's murder, however. In that case...
テコさんは幹部の中で誰が一
Grasping
番
at
怪
straws
しいと
now.
思います
If I
か
can't investigate Teko any further, then I must hurry to the other ministers.
最も疑わしい相手か。
It's going to be the Ministry of Education.
これは印象論でしかない。僕は国士官ほのかが怪しいと思ってる。
The Ministry of Education, may I ask why?
お聞きしても
あいつの腹の内は読めないが、野心を隠そうともしないんだ。あいつが教祖の座を狙っていることは、もはや公然の秘密と言っていい。異教徒から送り込まれ
Wait, the
たス
other
パイだという
ministers were
噂も。
suspecting her too?
どうせ空いた教祖の席を狙ってんだろ。腹ん中真っ黒のガキが。
それに国士官はなぜか教祖の死の真相を明らかにすることをひどく嫌がっているんだよ。事件の捜査が進んでいないのはそのせいもある。
Even more suspicious. He's trying to hide the truth. Isn't this a done deal
テ
now?
コさん
I bow
取り
deeply
調
and
べ
thank
に本
Teko.
当は探偵としての仕事が残っているのでそれじゃあまたいつかお元気で
I turned and started running. My goal is the Minister of Education.
待て、しもべれ。
Teko Yon quickly stands in front of me.
今夜くらいはパーティーをやりたいらしい。
あられちゃんに会いたい夜明けまでに事件に決着をつけないと
My temporary body will disintegrate. I will surely die this time.
どうしても行くというなら君に伝言を託し。あ、
Yeah, when you meet my friend.
僕の友達に会ったらこう伝えてほしいんだ。友へ、君も知っての通り、僕はあまり敬虔なタイプじゃない。宗教国家の幹部なんて職についてはいるが、正直な話、宗天教の教義なんてどうだっていいと思ってる。そう。だから、もしも君がよからぬ力を用いて蘇り、教団すべてを敵に回したとしても、僕だけは
Holy fuck, he knows. He actually knows.
そう伝えてほしい。
I'm really holding back my tears. He knows who I am. He's not pursuing it, not telling anyone, just quietly encouraged me. Thinking more about his friends in the country, and above else, I'm happy for the friendship.
伝えます絶対にきっとその友達も喜ぶと思います
あ、頼む。
And if I notice we are holding hands, like a friendship being reknotted, squeezing, and then we let go.
それじゃ
Well, I'm off then. I'm running as fast as I can through the forest without looking back. If I do, I'd never be able to move on. I don't know where Hanoka Kokushikan is. Even if the chances are slim, I would check the Ministry of Education facilities. Yeah, that's why he's a kind person. He's kind in a lot of ways, ruthless in others. But he had his whole character arc, so he's a much kinder person now. So Rei just burns to death here, doesn't she? Okay, time for the bastard angels.
ヒメルさん
The angels were running in front of me.
ほのかのところに向かうんでしょ。だったらこっちが近道よ。早く早く。
町は向こうだ。
I'm glad to have the angels by my side, but if I follow them, I'll reach Honoka. I don't care if I draw suspicion. If push comes to shove, I'll use the power of God to make them talk. Ponder a bit while running behind the angels. What should I ask them about who they are? But why God is helping his enemy, the founder of Shooting Order? Like, is God's trial really a ritual for reviving me? Honestly, can I really trust them? The power of God determined that Teko Yon was the culprit. The angels say the power of God is never wrong, but my intuition says Teko Yon is not the murderer. Is my intuition wrong? Or did the power of God lie? What is the power of God anyways?
神の力単なるハッキングでしょ。
God, the power of God, what are they? But I couldn't say. I was too scared to find out. It seems like the existence of Rei Shimobi would fundamentally overturn everything. I'll find out later. For now, I need to revive. I'll solve the founder of this murder and come back for the sake of everyone who perished today. I run through the forest, chasing after angels. Finally, we reach the city. Well, of course, there are no cabs at this hour.
ヒメルさん
You don't need to run anymore, Ray.
え、それってどういう？
レイはもう十分に頑張ったという意味だ。
姫たちもね、辛いんだよ。今回のレイちゃん、本当に頑張ってたから。
レイ、ここまで君を連れてきたのは
恩情？二人ともさっきから何を言って。
レイちゃん、ここね、大月クーが生まれ育った場所なんだって。
クー君がここで？でもどうして今？
ここならレイちゃんも寂しくないと思って調べるの大変だったのよ。
苦労して探したんだ。今回の君にふさわしい終わりの場所を。
I finally understand. They mean my time's up. Think about it, I should have expected it. Probably the one who murdered the Founder by dawn? It's not possible, but still.
お願いします。あともう一日だけでももらえませんか？
If it was just my life, then whatever, but this life is not just mine. Yeah, it's also Koo's. Who gave this to me?
お願いです。一日だけ。
Sound of a fire being lit.
私はきっと。
I'm gonna go for flames. I can't even scream, my throat is burning. I tried to reach out, but the flames pull me back.
レイちゃんの死は決して無駄ではないわ。レイちゃんの魂は聖火のように引き継がれ続いていくの。姫、さようなら、レイちゃん。愛してるわ。また会いましょう。
Those are the last words I hear. I soon stopped feeling the heat as well. All my senses vanished. The remnants of my mind will soon disappear, but it's not over. I still have my resolve. I can't waste Kuso, which I took in. So, no matter how many times I die, I'll surely rise again. No shit. That's hype. That's cool. Okay, you said the Ministry of Justice ties things together. So I feel like I should probably do that last. Yeah, that route was actually good. That was a really good route too. Fuck, I didn't think it would take 5 hours. Like from my last spot. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it would have ended like 3 hours ago, but I'm kind of glad that I kept continuing. Okay. Okay, fuck it. Ministry of Education. I'll choose this and I'll end the stream because it's been 5 hours. And I need to go to sleep. But yeah, I appreciate you being here. So, I suppose I'll see you later. I hope you have a good one. Peace.